on the exciting community challenges and rewards. So these are also pasted on the chat box. The challenges include social media challenge, DP 600 and 700 vouchers challenge, maximum sessions attended challenge, best questions asked challenge, and the rewards include DP 600 700 certification vouchers, Amazon gift vouchers, and community recognition and special awards. So for the social media challenge, I wanted every one of you to share saying that I'm attending this session. You can post it on your LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram, and tag the India Microsoft Fabric user groups and Hyderabad Data AI community. Encourage everyone to actively participate. I wanted every one of you to share Teams chat saying that I'm attending questions and make the most of this community event. Are everyone excited? Okay, so now let's move to today's session and welcome our speaker. So we have our first speaker as Divya Akula. So she is a Microsoft Most Valuable Partner, Trustworthy AI and Azure AI Services member. She is working as a Senior Technical Consultant and Responsible AI Architect at Salva MEA. She comes up with 16 years of experience in the Microsoft ecosystem, in which she helped enterprises across the UAE and the wider region design, build and govern intelligent solutions responsibly. So today's session is about from data to decisions, building responsible Copilot Studio agents grounded in Microsoft Fabric. So as an organization's move from AI experimentation to real-world adoption, the focus is shifting from generating answers to enabling trust, data-driven decisions. So in this session, we will explore how to build Copilot Studio agents that are grounded in Microsoft Fabric, enabling real-time access to enterprise data while maintaining strong governance and control. Rather than revealing on static knowledge or unverified responses, these agents leverage Fabric as a trusted data foundation to deliver accurate, contextual, and actionable insights. So please join me in giving a warm welcome to Divya Akula. Welcome, Divya.
Hi, I didn't get your name, but thanks for the warm introduction. Should we start or wait for a few more minutes?
Yes, Divya, maybe we can start.
Okay. That's it. Hello all, good morning. Give me 1 second, I'm just adjusting my screens.
Sure, Divya.
So let's get started.
People taking every type of data combination and it supports all.
Can others mute yourself, please?
First of all, what we gonna do here is we are going to connect our SharePoint with our code app.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks for the warm introduction. So today I would be talking, as the moderator said, I'll be talking about building responsible Copilot Studio agents. Before that, a quick introduction about me. I'm Divya Akula. I have around 16 plus years of experience. I'm based out of Vizag, India. And I work as a Sulava. I work at Sulava as a responsible AI and senior AI consultant. Having said that, my Microsoft MVP is in both Azure Foundry and responsible AI and Azure AI services. So let's get started because I have a lot of demo actually to present. Just to keep the session interactive, please feel free to discuss in the chat. Yes, don't mute me, please, because I'll be in a flow and it breaks the flow. So ensure that you keep yourself muted, just not to break the flow. And if I'm breaking or something, please unmute yourself and tell me about it because I would not be monitoring the chats. Yeah, thank you. So what can you expect from today's session? Today's session, I'll touch base on Copilot Studio. I'll show you what Copilot Studio is and how can you interact with either Power BI or Fabric. And we will talk about few semantic models that you can design. And this session is both for beginners. Even I'm beginner to analytics, but I work on Copilot Studio agents day in day out. And also I'll try to demonstrate few responsible AI principles and how we will discuss about how we can do monitoring in real time, especially when it comes to agents. Now, before we deep dive on what I have to speak, first let's understand what are the problems that we are facing today. So I closely work with my Microsoft. So the number one question we usually get is, see, everything is working on static data. How will you get me for real-time data? Now, every time the question is the data static or is it real time? And how are you retrieving the data? Is my data safe? We have such kind of questions a lot, especially when it comes to the data. And the second challenge we have is AI tends to hallucinate a lot. It can hallucinate or it tries to reason a lot. I don't say hallucination is a problem. If we reduce hallucination, it tends to reduce the creativity. So how do we balance between the creativity of any AI agent and the metrics? So when it comes to metrics or numbers, the figure is always important. We cannot change or challenge the figure. The figure should be accurate and perfect and should be guardrailed or grounded to your knowledge. So we will try to understand how we can implement the same. And governance controls, very important question. How a lot of times we use service accounts which bypasses the governance that enterprise really creates, and your network team probably would have spent years to construct that firewalls, etc. And we'll find a way to break that, get the data and put it into the AI system. So that's how it usually happens. Usually we work with service accounts, or usually we work with any APIs with keys, etc. We'll see today how we will be doing without all those, but still protecting the data, getting those information. And the biggest challenge when it comes to data, specifically numbers, is even one bad answer can permanently damage the trust of the users. And our CFOs, the financial officers, since I'll be talking about a financial product, we'll talk more about finances. Even one mistake, it costs a lot. Even one number change, it costs a lot. So what do we do? How do we do this? Or how do we audit this? So to mitigate all the challenges, Microsoft something has a framework for every AI you design, whether it's a Microsoft or Google or Meta, they have their own AI principles. Now we'll understand how to use these AI principles and take the data from today's limitation to what we are expecting. First, let's understand what we are expecting here. So right now AI generates answers and we want AI to be accountable on its decisions. From unverified retrievals of data to a governed auditable data access, which means it should be secured enough and only the necessary permissions would be given. Instead of black box responses where you don't know what the source is or where the information is coming, but connecting it to the traceable outputs to real-time data. Static knowledge access to real-time interfaces. Of course, we are using Fabric, so the data would be real-time. And building an agent and hoping it works to monitoring, controlling the behavior of the agent, and if necessary, improving the agent continuously so that it gets the accurate information. Now, the key insight here would be AI layer would be very thin. Fabric would still act as the brain. The agent would be the interface that separates the trust from the validity. Now, I was talking about the responsible AI principles. This is a responsible AI framework from Microsoft. As I said, each architecture or each company would have its own guiding principles, but the essence of the frameworks would be the same. And Today I'll be talking responsible AI principles in terms of analytics, data, etc. And these principles can have different meanings based on the context or the products that you are working on. So these are the 6 guiding principles that we call, where fairness, reliability, transparency, accountability, privacy and security, and inclusiveness is what we are going to talk about. First, what is fairness? Fairness is like whenever we are training a new AI data, first thing is it should be grounded, no doubt. You should have information only from grounded sources, which means it should get only data from the relevant sources. It should not go to the World Wide Web where we don't know what is real and what is fake and get the data. Also, there is no bias in the data. Even if the data is biased, the AI should be capable enough to mitigate it. Test the agent response across diverse users. Diverse can be in terms of gender or in terms of region or in terms of law and enforcements or in terms of sectors, etc. So based on your applicability, the fairness has to be redefined every time. And reliability and safety, the second guardrail. What it means is you have to let, or if agents fail, it has to fail gracefully. It has to say that I cannot perform this operation. If someone is trying to break or if someone is trying to get the data and if AI is not able to handle, it should not create its own data. It should say that I cannot provide the data at this time. Probably you can contact your service representative and give the full details. So that is what we call failing gracefully. It should never guess or surface the data. All fallback behaviors should be defined within your AI system. And also the escalation paths. If something needs to be escalated, they want to talk to human, it should not be a black box for them. The AI should clearly define that. The AI should clearly define that what are all the fallback behaviors and what are all the escalation paths. There is no user guessing now. If you call any customer support, we go through a lot of IVRs, but to reach actual person, it takes a lot of effort or a lot of recourse. That should not be the case here. Transparency, the most important thing, especially when it comes to data. Every answer should cite its source. If you see M365 Copilot or if you are a ChatGPT user, you always get that sources of information. The same thing when you are using custom agent, that should be defined. And accountability, always human in the loop, in the sense whenever there is an approval, the data should be verified and then be processed for the next system. There should be always a person who's monitoring what the data is being generated in AI. If there is a necessary action to be taken, there should always be an alternative system where users have a place to go if this system fails. Now, privacy and security, obviously very important for all enterprises, especially who are in data sites. Their data should not be exposed to outside. And since we will be talking about Copilot Studio, we will see the Copilot Studio itself is built on Microsoft ecosystem, and we are promising Copilot Studio itself promises that they do not go beyond the boundaries of their Azure. And the last part is inclusiveness. Inclusiveness is, if you are designing an agent, you should be everyone, despite of their language, region. It should be accessible for them. Say, for example, if I'm designing a product for Swedish users, it should target Swedish users, but you might consider that there can be English users as well. And remember one thing: responsible AI principles is not after once we develop, we will implement these principles. No, it starts with the architecture. Start with the architecture, so your product is so good, or start your development, let the product fail, and then implement the responsible AI principles. The choice is yours, but we always recommend to start with responsible AI principles as the first factor in your development. Now, before I talk about Copilot Studio and all, the first basics of this session: the Microsoft Fabric, the semantic models that we will be using. Now, what I will be considering for this demo is a Microsoft Fabric based table, or a table created in a one lake, if you ask me why One Lake, since we are talking about enterprise AI, and One Lake is a place where you need not have multiple copies of the data, say for batch processing, and then AI will act like Power BI, you load the data and process the data. No, in One Lake, you can have the data pumped onto One Lake, and the same data or the real-time data will be used by the AI agents. Wait one second. Please mute yourself. And the most important part of using Fabric or One Lake today is the semantic models. The semantic models are nothing but you are defining what are your business rules. Like if you call a product to be failed, what is the business rule that you call your project or product to be failed? Is it the revenue? Is it the return on revenue, return of investment, or what is it? So now you see we are trying to move away from AI deciding what is the success and failure, right? And we'll try to leverage semantic models to define those. So it is that not the developer who is defining it, it is the data person who is defining the semantic models. Of course, both One Lake and Copilot Studio are under purview, which means everything is monitored, everything is can be traced back, and everything is auditable. Now, all this, since we are talking about Microsoft ecosystem, we are not moving anywhere else. Everything is guided by your Entra ID security, which is nothing but your email. So the email that you are using to log in, only if you have access to the data, it will get the data and show it. If you do not have access, it would not. And what we are trying to show here is Fabric is not just a data platform, but it is a governed foundation for your AI agents to act responsibly at scale and define your business terms. So the critical part, if you have understood from the earlier slide, is the semantic models. What are these semantic models? What does it give? For a layman terms like me, business semantic models are nothing but your business rules. If anyone if you are part of low code environment, you in Power Apps you create a lot of rules, or if you are part of info platforms, you used to create business rules. So which defines what is your revenue, what is your churn rate, what is your NPS, etc. So semantic models helps you with that, and it is governed by row level security. So if a row should not be accessed by the client, your semantic model doesn't expose it to the agent or anywhere else. Now, agents that we are going to create today doesn't query your actual tables. It only queries your business rules, which means the semantic models it is going to query. Now, each of these models are version control and are governed. And since we would be using Copilot Studio on top of it, the natural language processing, of course, the chat interface, everything is readily available to us. So what we are saying here, why should we use business models, or why should we use semantic models? Why can't I query the table data directly? Now, say for example, you have a project-related information. Who all would be tracking the data? As a developer, you would be tracking the information. For you, the success is if the number of bugs are reduced, or if the number of issues raised are minimal. Probably that is your success rate. And if a PM is monitoring, he might be monitoring for missed deadlines, the escalations, etc. Please give me 1 second. Missed escalations, etc. But if a CEO is monitoring the data, he will be monitoring only high level information, like do they have any escalations? Is the budget skipping? Like are the developers overutilized, or are we skipping the budget? Are we behind the budget? So that is their interest level. Now, if you directly query the table, you have to define these business rules every time for each user. Instead, what we do is we create a semantic model which defines these business rules. For the agents you create for CEO or there will be different agents you will be created for CEO, developer, and your PM. And your semantic models define the rules. So in that way, your table data is safe. Whatever the changes, business changes you need, you will be doing only in the semantic layer. Now, why Copilot Studio, or what is Copilot Studio? Copilot Studio, I will walk you through more when I'm showing you the demo, the actual demo. But why Copilot Studio? Copilot Studio is one of the AI platform, like you might all know. Like we can create AI agents or AI bots in Copilot Studio. And the advantage of Copilot Studio is it's a low-code platform. You really need not use any code to create the agents. And it has around 1500 plus connectors that define the capability of Copilot Studio, like whether it's a SAP, whether it's a Zoho, or of course, all Microsoft ecosystem products, SQL, Fabric, Data Lake, etc. But even outside the boundaries, it has around 1500 connectors that connect to various systems. With just few clicks, you can access the data from that system. So one is very easy. And the topics and actions define a controllable behavior in Copilot Studio, which I'll show you how do we create topics and what topics are. Topics are nothing but your control paths. Whereas the most important feature of Copilot Studio, which is Power Automate. Power Automate is nothing but where you define your business flows with few simple clicks. There is no code, nothing, zero code. But with few business clicks, you can define all the business scenarios. Now, if you ask me, why do you need a business scenario on top of a semantic layer model? You will see. Like on semantic model, there can be hundreds of use cases that we need to create Power Automate for. Today, I'll be showing you 2 use cases. And the best part of Copilot Studio is with few clicks, you can publish to any channel, whether it can be Teams, whether it can be your WhatsApp, whether it's a Facebook page or your custom website. Just click on the channel and publish. And the best part of Copilot Studio is you can ask it to override the permission, or you can ask it to use the end user's credentials. So you're always protected by your Microsoft Entra. And even if you try to bypass the permissions or use specific service account, you have to explicitly give the permissions to that service account. So yeah, it's Azure scope. Now, how are we going to design? I know this could have been better with a diagram. I could not think through, but I'll try to tell how it would look like, and you better visualize. So what we will be doing is we'll be creating a Fabric lakehouse. On top of it would be acting a semantic layer model, which is governed by both Purview and Entra ID. And we will be creating a Copilot Studio agent with one Power Automate as an orchestrator. You will see what orchestration and Copilot Studio is. Orchestrator is nothing but one agent decides what execution flow it has to, and it picks up that. And it has all AI-based intelligence. And we will be probably using, probably I can show you for Microsoft Teams, not sure if time permits. Yeah. But I'll show you how to publish for any of the channel. Before we go to the next slides, talking about the most important AI patterns, etc., I'll first take you to the demo and then come back for these quick insights. Having said that, quickly move to the edge. Now, as I promised, like I have URLs handy so that our demo can happen quicker. So first step is always loading our tables. As I promised, it's a real time. It would be a real time data. So already I have few static data. Let me open it for you. Let me know if you can see. So this is the static data that I'm going to do. I'll be starting from like really from the data, from the table part. So just copy this data. Let me create. I already have a workspace. You can choose your own workspace. No problem. I'll start with table creation. Analytics. Take house. That's what I'm going to call it. Since I already have the data in the files, I'll try to upload the data. So if you follow today's demo, you would see how easy it would be without. Oh my God, CSV already exists. Okay, yeah, I'll do one thing. I'll use the same CSV and get the information. Give me 1 second, or I'll just try to read it. Yes. Okay, we are supposed to go. Files, upload files. I just renamed the file to raw data to c.csv so that you are with me. And if you see here, the data is loaded, and let me open the data. Here is my data. And from this file, what I wanted to do is create the table. All I do is load to tables, new table. I call it, I want a better name, so I call it this demo analytics. Demo analytics. Demo sales. So it says there is error. I don't want to drill through everything on what the error is. I think there is a quotes here, so I'll just copy the data directly so that there is no quote. Just save it. This is what I'm calling. So simple, few clicks, your table is ready. And once the table is ready, we'll see what, since we have spoken about semantic layer, etc. We'll see how to create a semantic model. First, let's verify if our table is ready. It's taking too much time. I'll switch to existing one so that my demo is faster. We quickly verify our table is ready. Our demo sales is ready. So it has the data. If you observe, we have sales ID, region, say country, account owner, and we have some dummy names as customer. So and monthly name. So this is not real-time data. It's just dummy data that I have created. And risk status. Risk status I have mentioned there are healthy, marginal risk, revenue drop. There are many status. Now what do we do with this data? I want to, this is about sales. I want to understand how this sales is performing. Now, since we wanted to integrate this with Copilot Studio, first, let's try to create a semantic endpoint. Before we create a semantic endpoint, I do not want to directly work on this table. So I'll be quickly creating a view. Since my table is called demo sales, I want to change this. So my view is also ready. And once my view is ready, let's quickly verify the view. So the idea is how quickly can you bring up an agent when you have a static data. So your view is also ready. And now what I'm trying to do is I'll be creating a semantic model. Now, as I said, what can a semantic model do? A semantic model can, you can create semantic model on a table or on a, the choice is yours. I'm choosing the table. That's it. Call it as report sales. Okay, by the time it generates, I'll walk you through existing queries. So if you see here, we have a view. We have created a semantic model. Now let's go back to our lake house view, how it looks. And let's go to our semantic model. 1 second. Model. I have created so many models, so I'm just trying to figure out which models. So here what I'm going to do is, what I'm going to define my semantic models. So how do I define semantic models? It is nothing but I'm going to create new measures. So what are the new measures that I'm going to create? So you see there are a lot of measures that it has already created. It has created something called as revenue. We don't have revenue. We don't have sum of revenue, which it has created. It also have the previous month revenue. It also have marginal present or margin present. Now I wanted to define something custom. Now what do I need to? I wanted to define once. I wanted to define revenue variance. If it is not there, it's not there. Okay. So I'm copy pasting the queries so that it is faster for me. But unfortunately, this revenue and previous month revenue. So once I click enter, you will see a new revenue variance already appearing here. In the same way, I wanted to do for few more, which helps me understand which helps me understand how do I measure this business. For example, I'm saying that risk status should be healthy. Let's change this. Status. So whenever we want risk count, I want to get the count of all the projects or all the clients where risk status is not held. All I need to do is just come out of it or enter and come out of it. It just creates it. Let's create a few more DAX queries and so what this specifies is if margin is greater than 25 and revenue is less than sales performance, I want it to be part of revenue health score. Health score, sorry. And if I also wanted to define a measure if executive attention is required. Now, if you observe, initially we used to define all this in the business area. So now it has moved it to the semantic models. It. Yes. Anyways. Now, since the semantic model is ready, what I want to do is I can create a report and show how this is performing, or I can head straight forward to Copilot Studio. I wanted to do a Copilot Studio because we have three samples that I wanted to show you. So to access Copilot Studio, all we need to do is copilotstudio.microsoft.com. Now, if you observe, if you take a moment and observe, all we have done is created a fabric, created a lakehouse, created a table, created one table, created a view on top of that table, and semantic model we have attached to that specific table. No code, zero code with few SQL queries. If you are not comfortable with SQL, you can drag and drop and execute the measures as well. No worries. And you always have Create with Copilot with you available. So just use that. The second part of this is the Copilot Studio and the AI part of it. And as I said, Copilot Studio, you definitely need a Copilot Studio license to work with this, or Copilot Studio credits. Copilot Studio developer license is actually free and is called a viral trial license. But your environment should have Copilot Studio credits. All we have to do is create a blank agent. I wanted to start with the blank agent, and I will say the revenue sales helper. Simple. Now, the best part of the Copilot Studio is you have everything defined. All you need to do is, with few clicks, map it. So if you see towards the left side, you have name and description. You can write the description on what this agent is. But the important part of this for any agent is the instructions on how it should execute. So let me get my instructions first. And I'll just copy so that I need not type everything. So what I'm saying is, I hope my screen is visible. If not, let me know. I'll just zoom in. So instructions is the core part of any Copilot Studio agent. And these are simple, basic English instructions. What I'm trying to tell Copilot Studio is, you're a trusted enterprise analytics assistant, helps user to understand business risk and revenue performance. Your responsibility is to, which we call it as fairness. Never invent business metrics. The rules says that do not invent any business metrics. Always rely on connected analyticals or tools. If data is unavailable, incomplete, or not written by the tool, clearly state that information that it could not be retrieved. Do not make any business decisions on behalf of the user. Highlight imported business risks such as revenue decline, low margin accounts, high risk customers, as and when user asks. Maintain transparency. Do not expose information outside the scope of retrieved analytical result. The user asks ambiguous questions. Do not surface any answer. Ask more clarifying questions such as what is the region or what is the month you are looking. It need not be all word to word, but this is how the tone should be. So that's what I have defined. So Copilot Studio, only two major things. One is knowledge, second is instructions. Instructions we have defined. Now, where should this agent get the information from? Your agent can get the information directly from the fabric using certain tools, or you can add a layer like a Power Automate and use Power Automate to get the information. Now, who decides whether it should go with Power Automate or Copilot Studio? We will see. It is the AI agent which decides where to go for. And one important thing to note here is you have a lot of models, including Claude. But for production, if you are playing with production data, always use GPT because it ensures that your data doesn't go beyond Microsoft or Azure boundaries. When you are using Claude, the data goes beyond your Microsoft ecosystem or Azure ecosystem, very critical and important for enterprise development. So since this is a demo, I have used Claude and I'm good with it. Now, what is the second important thing? The knowledge. So would I go directly and upload the knowledge here? I don't have the knowledge in a static file, nor do I don't want to use the knowledge in the static file. So what I would use is, so what I mean static is like you can give a SharePoint list and say this is where your knowledge from, or Dataverse and gives this is where knowledge comes from, or Azure SQL and say this is where knowledge comes from. So which is nothing but they have the data readily available. So you can just use that knowledge. But I wanted to use the semantic model. So instead I'll use the tool and I'll say add a tool. Here I have option 2. So right now Fabric data comes only through Power BI query set, data set. But it gives you the accurate information since we are getting it via Fabric. So here I can go ahead and query for the data. You see, run query against a data set. Or since I wanted it to be more boundary specific, what I'll do instead is I'll create a Power Automate. So in Power Automate, let me open the data once again so that it's easy for you to understand or map for what I'm showing. Let it load. So what I'm trying to get this data from sales information is for a specific region in a specific month, what is the revenue, or I wanted to query based on that data. I mean, you can ask any friendly queries. The data is not loaded. I hope it is visible. Not sure why it has come as blur. But if you see, there are several regions here, and for many month specific data we have. So I wanted to query for one region for a specific month, what is the data? Since I just want to take 2 inputs from a user, region and month, simple. And what here I would do is, I'll again look for a Power BI connector. To see more, it hides, not sure why. That data set, and I wanted to identify my workspace. Let's give it a few minutes to load. So which semantic model? Any semantic model we can take. So what is the query text that I want to give? Here I want to query the data based on month and region. So I'll give the same information. 1 second. Let me pull it up. One second, guys. Please let me stop my screen share. I hope I'm in right flow. Okay. I'm looking for my query. Since I'm not great with Microsoft Fabric or Power BI, I need to rely on my existing information that I have. So let me share again. Second. So the query is, I wanted to filter sales performance. Here it will not be sales performance based on region and month. And this, all you need to do is select this and enter region. So basically you selected your workspace, you selected your data set, and just Once the data is available, it's our responsibility to return to the agent so it understands or makes the sense of the data. I call it as summary. So, and I'm passing whatever the information that I'm getting here and just publishing this information. Now, this works for a specific region or month. Let's test this before we call it as working. Test it. As I was not sure if I have used correct semantic model or not. So let's quickly test it. Says it's working, which means it should be able to give us the data. So it has given the data. There is not mean there is a responder, etc. So it has given certain data. So this I'll call it as risk summary per month. No. So here, if you see, I haven't given permission to the semantic model myself because I have created. Otherwise, yeah, minimum read is needed. And going back to the Copilot Studio, which is my revenue sales helper, or I can just go back here. Revenue sales helper. Now the newly created flow should be available here. So the flow is available here. It says that agent is not set as connectable. Let's connect it. Few settings. All we need to do is first thing, responsibility and dynamic. Yeah, it's on. Not sure. Let's see. Turn off, turn on, so that it doesn't flag any such issues. Details. All I did is add tools. I have few flows already created. So I'm asking this, get me the sales data for the month of May in Europe region. Let's see. It is asking me if it can connect to the Power BI connector. I say yes. And if you see at the flow, I need two inputs. Europe and May. I think it has switched the content. So that is when we have to be specific. So what it did is it has switched month with May, region with this. So what I will do is for Europe in May. I didn't define its months, so it's being confused. It's a typo. But yeah, let's see. If this doesn't work, I'll switch to something else and show you the data. What an announcement. If not, we'll go for alternate tool quickly. No, it's not listening to this. So let me take a quick alternative route. And what I'll do is, in tools, I'll try to connect to Power BI directly so that it's easier and faster for me. Probably I have swapped that in my Power Automate. So I'll redo it so that it is easier and faster to query in Power BI. I know I just have 10 minutes. What we'll do is, I already have an agent. Let's go through that for the demo because it's the load time is too high for me.
Divya, as it takes time to load, will you be able to take one question from Q&A or you'll take it at the last?
Definitely, go ahead. If you have the question, please let me know. Or can you?
So there is a question from Afri saying that I currently build dashboards by connecting to an existing published semantic model from another report. When I move to Fabric, what additional benefits do I get from doing the same thing with a semantic model that lives in Fabric?
So you are using another source, and you are using semantic models from another source. For me, I chose one lake. For me, I chose one lake because it is already covered with Entra. It is inbuilt Entra. 1 second, I think I'm lagging or you're lagging. Let me turn off the video. Because it is Entra defined, the version history is supported. I mean, if you are doing any changes to your semantic models or your data, you can always go back and retrieve the data. All the backup policies and everything is defined over there. So I need not struggle again to get this information.
Okay, Divya. So I hope that has answered his question.
And I'm not a Power BI expert, so you may check. Yes, if there are no questions.
Okay, so can we go with one more?
Yeah.
So there is this question from Rabi Narayan. He's asking, is it mandatory to create the semantic model for Copilot Studio agent to work, or it is possible to perform the analysis on delta table directly as well in case measures are not required?
We can definitely do directly on the table, but why we are using semantic model is to separate rather than assuming what is your success criteria or what is your failure criteria. We are defining a business layer. Semantic models are nothing but business layers which define what your business metrics are.
Okay. There is this one last question here. When there is please help me with a below query. When there is Copilot integrated across all Microsoft platforms like Power BI, Power Apps, what can be the real business use case of what problems can be addressed?
First is what security is addressed immediately. Like you need not create custom logins, you need not expose the data, etc. Well, if the user have access to the data, he'll see. Otherwise, he's not going to see the data. So the data security is restricted by the data group, but not by the business group. Like whoever is designing the Power Automate or Power App for you, they will not address. They will not be able to give any explicit permissions. That's one thing. Okay. Second thing is. Unified interface. Once you have Copilot Studio, you can publish the agent or the app on even on Teams. So the unified workspace feeling is what you get it.
Yes, Divya. So I guess Narayan and Chaitanya, you have got your answers. Let us know in case if you have any other queries also. Thanks, Divya.
So what I'm doing here is I'll be showing you an existing agent since the response is too slow. So this was the Power Automate that we have created earlier. Now this is a data set, another tool I have added where you can query the entire Power BI with the semantic model. All you need to do is add that tool. I'm not sure if it loads. So if you just query for Power BI, yeah, it loads now. Just see all, since I'm querying the data, I just need to list that Power BI connector and click on add. So all you need to do is add this, run a query against a specific data set. So since this is already added, this is how it looks. Now you have to tell the agent when this tool should be invoked. See this tool, I gave the description as all revenue related details invoke this tool. Now the AI is deciding what tool to execute, but not which tool or what is the success matrix. So the matrix is defined by your business, but AI just decides the tool. Now we are moving from AI assuming the data to AI actually giving the accurate data based on your business rules. So here I can ask any questions. So now I'm not restricted to the region or month. So I'm asking, give me most critical accounts. I guess there is one question. Yeah, before it answers, probably let me know what's your question, Prana. Semantic models, I am not sure. Like I haven't worked with. I'm more about Copilot Studio expert. So if you can ask me questions related that, or yeah, probably there are other speakers. Today you can ask the same question. Let me, since I have just added it, let me ask the question. Oh my God. This is the reason they say that keep your demo recorded so that it's easier to show you. But let me get my existing prompts. go back to my data. I just need to quickly review the data. I'll say, give me the accounts that give me the accounts that are critical in me.
Divya, your screen is not visible. So sorry. I just pressed on my shares. I have an session. Sorry for that. I just clicked
No
on share.
problem.
Yeah.
Who is? Hope you can
Yeah, it
see
is
that.
visible. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So it says there are no accounts marked as critical. I'll say give me the accounts. What I'll do is I quickly go to tools. If this doesn't work, sorry guys, I'll show you existing instance that has been run. That's all. That's the best thing I can do here. But not sure. This happens every time. Forget about it. So, as I said, everything in Copilot can be monitored. So that's my savior here. So I already created this tool this morning or yesterday, and I have tested multiple times. So let's quickly see if it has any existing data that it can show it for you. So for example, here I have asked for UA and June. It has given me 7 rows of the data. And I'll show you a better, beautiful example. The same thing with UA and all months. It was not able to, since we haven't defined what is all months. Having said that, I'm really sorry, but if possible, I can share the recording of how this demo looks like, and I'll just quickly close with my closing notes. So if you see here, we did not give any explicit conditions, which means that designing AI with zero trust access. I know the demo has failed, but yeah, it should work seamlessly without any explicit permissions, without any configuration of explicit roles on either from enter side or from or on the table directly. So these are the steps on how today's demo should have gone. Like the user should be able to query the natural language. So as I promised, how easy is to publish this agent to a channel. So you have already many channels defined in Copilot Studio, including Microsoft 365. If you are using Microsoft 365 Copilot, you can publish this agent there as well, or Teams. And SharePoint, Web, WhatsApp, Slack, whatever it is with the configuration. Like if it's a WhatsApp, you need Facebook related information, Slack directly with Slack API, etc. The agent works directly from there, and all that information or all the interactions happen would store in your activity tab. And this data will be stored for 30 days for security reasons. I don't think you can extend beyond 30 days, but yeah. That's today's story. Monitoring, you have to continuously monitor You can use Purview to monitor Azure monitor logs, monitor log analytics, anything. You can also run evaluation runs, which is part of Copilot Studio. And if there are just three takeaways for this session, agents can work with grounded data with minimal impact on security. Always keep your AI layer clean. AI should not be your decision agent. AI should be only for interaction.
Hi everyone. Maybe Divya is having some sort of network issues. I don't see her in the meeting. Let's wait for more minutes and then we can start with the next section.
Hey, sorry, all. There is a network issue. So that's all from my side. I'm sorry I couldn't present the last slide, but yeah, if there are three key takeaways. It's just that AI should be in thin layer, and all we need to do is let the business define the semantics and use AI layer only for interaction or when you need automation. So that's all from my side. Having said that, thank you. I have few power challenges here, so I was not able to connect on the last few slides. But having said that, thank you all.
Sure, Divya, no worries. Thank you for your time and helping us understanding about agents and take us a walkthrough of the demo connecting Copilot Studio agents. And as you have mentioned, maybe it will also be helpful, like if you share the demo recordings and all. You can also connect to Divya on her LinkedIn. I'll just post her LinkedIn profile here. Maybe that would help for everyone.
Sure, I'll share the slides and demo to you like in a while.
Yes, Divya.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, thank you. Now let's have our next section. So we are excited to welcome Ritish Venkat Jogi, a technical lead. So he comes up with 8 years of experience in full stack development, data and AI, specializes in creating intelligent solutions that combine cutting edge technology with practical business applications. So his journey in tech has been driven up by a passion for innovation and a commitment to building solutions that make a real difference in people's life. So today's session is about unlocking insights with Microsoft Fabric data agents. So this session explores how data agents and Microsoft Fabric enables users to interact with data using natural language. It covers how agents translate business questions into SQL, leverage lakehouse and semantic models, and deliver actionable insights. So attendees will also learn the best practices for designing effective sessions, writing strong descriptions, and improving query accuracy for the real-world analytics scenario. So please join me in giving a warm welcome to Ritish. Welcome, Ritish.
Hey, thank you. Hope I can. My voice is audible to you.
Yes, Ritish.
And my screen is also visible for everyone, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you so much for confirmation, and thank you so much for the warm introduction. And hello, everyone. It was really nice having so many people online. I was seeing so many people on room 1, room 2. It was really nice, even though it is an online session. Many people turned out to learn something. I will not disappoint you on the topic that I'm going to cover today. Firstly, let me introduce myself. Before that, thank you, India Microsoft Fabric User Group. I was associated with this for last 4 events parallelly, like for the global conferences happening, and I also do a lot of offline events with Adi, Bharat, and Amit. So thank you so much for once again for inviting and having this. So I don't wanted to disappoint you with the topic because this is the one of the craziest topic that happened in FabCon 2026 this year. The data agents. It's all about people talking more about data agents, and this is the one of the key topics in the FabCon and SQLCon which happened. Let me and a quick introduction about myself. So I'm Ritish, as rightly said by the moderator, and I work for Blend 360 as a technical lead. And I also lead some of the communities in Hyderabad and in India, naming few Microsoft AI Innovators Hub and Global AI Hyderabad. So you can connect me on LinkedIn, so which is the QR which is showed here. So my LinkedIn is more of Venkat J. So you can connect me on that. Okay, so all right, so let's go into the topic today. So data agents, right? So what are we going to cover today? So you will get a good understanding if you are not aware of data agents and what are these. And if you are using Fabric for so many days, initially it is called as AI skill, and now it is renamed as data agents. And you are also going to see a lot of features which are going to come in data agents. What's new? That's called as which are announced in FabCon and which are in preview right now, which will be live soon. And also, what is the architecture? How your data is secure? How you can say that your data is secure because your data agents are going to work outside your Fabric environment. And the fourth agenda is like to see like what is the roadmap for the data agents going forward after this release. So these are the concepts that we are going to cover. So when I say data fabric data agents, right? So as I rightly said, like in the introduction, so it is initially called as AI skill. So initially, when the fabric evolved, so it's called as AI skill, and slowly now it was moved to a name called data agent. Why I'm stressing this is because people may think like when they're using Fabric, so AI skill, I mean, data agent is something new that came in, which is not, but there are a lot of features that got added on to the system or the Fabric environment. So let me give you what is, let me tell you because I see there's a mixed community here. So let's start with basics and then I'll deep dive into the in detail topics and how to create these agents with a demo video so that it will be useful. And I'll also share this slides with everyone in the chat. All right. So basically, when you say what is data agent, so this this is a layer which is on top of your seven experiences. Now it is eight anyway. So we have eight experiences in Fabric, right? So if your data is sitting anywhere in this eight experiences in Fabric, so you can easily interact with the data agent through the data agent basically. So it through a chat window or through your application as well. I'll tell you what are all the consumer point of view where you can access all these data agents outside the Fabric environment as well. But basically, the data agent is like if your data is sitting across your eight experiences in Fabric, there's a layer on top of it which is called as IQ. Maybe in next couple of sessions, the IQ is one of the topic which is going to be very interesting. One of the interesting topic, and there on top of your IQ, there is a data agent. So this is connected with all the experiences within the Fabric and easy to connect basically. And then you can play across it or ask any questions related to your data, which is on the Fabric out of these eight experiences. So on short, this is what data agents are. And I'll give you a real-time example in the next slide so that you will understand it better. Firstly, like after creating this data agent, where I can actually use those data agents. So firstly, like I can use within the Fabric, it has a playground where I can use it. The second will be if your application is using some endpoint of the Foundry, so you can still use your data agent within the Foundry. And for example, you have because the previous session is on Copilot Studio, right? So if your app is on or you're having a chatbot on your or agent on your Copilot Studio, so you can actually integrate this data agent within your same Copilot application or the app or the agent, where you can use the same agent to get all the information from the fabric. This is like a connector to your Copilot Studio. And you can host this agent in your teams where your organizational level people can actually use it by setting up some permissions. I'll talk about it as well. And you can use it as an MCP server, and you can deploy it in any other application that you are already having as a API endpoint. And you can directly deploy this in M365 Copilot across all the M365 applications. That is your Excel, that is your Copilot application, that is your uh, PowerPoint. I'll show you the video as well. How you can integrate it. It's just a button click away. So you can use it. And if you want to put your data agent in any application using an API key, that is also doable. So this is where the data agents create flexibility to use your data, to connect your data to the users by just interacting with them with NLP, so natural language. You don't need to use any SQL query. You just write a natural language. It creates a SQL query at backend and get all your data. And not just queries, it does a lot of things like insights. It pulls a lot of insights as well. So that's all about the data agents. So I mean, I'll give you a glance like with a use case as well, right? For example, actually, why we have to use the data agents? Let's take a use case now. For example, right now I was using a Power BI report which is already generated, which has lot and lots of DAX queries, lots of insights, lot of values, permutations, a lot of stuff in Power BI report. So as a user, let's take an example. For example, I have an Amazon data or Amazon retail data where it has all the information about the sales which are happening through the application of Amazon. Okay. And now as a consumer, for example, let's take me uh, as a vendor in that who is selling some products. So I'm having a beautiful Power BI report which says, okay, you have sold like almost a lakh products, 1 lakh products or something in the last 3 years, and a beautiful Power BI report is being shown. But as a consumer, now I wanted to see what is the best product that is being sold, but which is not there on the Power BI. Now let's think there is a data agent which is associated. Now I can ask my data agent stating that what is the best product in last 1 year which has a lot of sales. So it what happens in the backend at the data agent is it creates a query for us based on the user query. It goes to that particular table which is connected to the data agent and gets you all the information that is asked by the user in again a beautiful user level understanding language. And also it creates some beautiful visualizations as well if needed, based on the question. So that's how the data agents are helping. So now, and also as I also already mentioned, the end users can use this across all these services like at Fabric, at Copilot Studio, at AI Foundry, at M365, and at an API level or the MCP, using the MCP service. So this is all about the data agents and how basically the general idea how to actually how these data agents are actually working. Now let's say Okay, I'll show you a video how to create the data agents and how to connect the data with your data agent and how to set some permissions. Before that, so there are few things that has to be kept in mind while creating data agents. So when you say when you're connecting your data, right? So if you have something, for example, again taking back the same example, so you don't want to disclose the pricing. I mean, the same example which I told you, the retail example. I don't want to disclose my price thing. You can see on the video as well. You don't need to actually select the particular column that you don't want to give it to your consumer. So that flexibility is there. That is the first thing. So whatever information that you don't want it to show it to the user, you don't select that column or the table so that it will not be visible. The second thing is, if you want to give your agent or the chatbot some instructions stating that you should be some polite, you should only talk about the data which is there, don't hallucinate, don't give any generic informations. All sort of those instructions can be also has to be given, not is like it's an optional thing, but you have to create the instructions for by while creating the data agent. And also you have to give the description for the agent what it has to do, and for example what is the purpose of this data agent. So these are the three factors that has to be kept in mind when you're creating a data agent. All right, so first thing is, again, just because this is very, very important, so first thing is when you're connecting your data sources, it is again easy. You can see on the screen, let me move my cursor. Yes. So here is the data source. So while just clicking on it, you can actually add any sort of data that is available across the 8 experiences which I'm talking on the fabric. And the second thing is you have to give the instructions to the agent for sure when you're creating the data agent. The third thing is you have to add some description about the data agent, what it has to do, what actions it has to perform to state that the purpose of creating the data agent. So these are the three things that has to be kept in mind when creating the data agent. All right, so now let me pause it for a minute. So the next slide will show you how to create a data agent completely. It could be fast, but let's focus on the video which is playing on the screen. So first, I'll talk here when it is getting created. You have to go to the items and then select data agent, and then create data agent. You have to give you the data agent name here, and just click on create. So it will create the data agent. The first thing that you have to do is you have to select the data source and then go to any of the data sources which are available or the semantic models which are already there, which is created for your Power BI report for easy understanding, and then connect with that particular data. Just select all the data sources, and here it is showing the semantic model as one data source, and the second one is the lake house, which is there already. And as I already mentioned, the first thing when you're creating the data agent is you have to give accesses to all the data that you wanted to give it to the agent to answer on top of only those particular columns which are accessible by the data agent. Not everything if you want, because people ask me like there will be some PII information, there will be some sort of enterprise level application, enterprise level information. You don't, if you don't want it to give that information to the data agent, you can simply don't select the data and select the limited data that you wanted to, and just select say start. The first thing is he's just directly asking the question in the chat, but if you see on the top left, there is something called data agent instructions, right? So just a sec. So what is the most sold product? Okay, this is also again working on the same data source, I guess. Yeah. All right. So it generated the information, right? So that's how it is. It's playing again. All right. So you have seen, right, how to create the data agent, right? So this is very important, and I'll show you in the next slides, maybe so how to actually give the instructions and all. But this is how you can actually create the data agent and pray across it. Okay. So now let's go into the next topic. So how to consume this data agent, right? So as I mentioned, we can put it on M365, for example. So let's see how to do that. Okay. It is really easy step. As I mentioned, it's just a click away. So once your agent is ready, right, then let's play this. Just a second, I'm just stop sharing my screen because there's audio coming from me. Include sound. Yes. All right. Now you should be.
I've finished building a Fabric data agent that's focused on airline.
Can someone confirm that the audio is audio? You're able to listen the audio of the video, right?
It's audible.
Yes, Ritish.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Yeah.
Passenger data. To make it available to consumers and end users, I can simply go ahead and publish it. Thanks to the new integration between Fabric data agents and M365 Copilot, you can now use data agents directly in Microsoft 365.
Just
This
by
means
enabling
that
this, you can
Microsoft
easily do
365
that.
users can discover and interact with published data agents that they have access to from the desktop application, the web, and from Teams. Here, in M365 Copilot in Teams, you can see the data agent we just published. I can seamlessly start conversations with my agent, get insights about my data, as well as visualizations along with the answers. I'm going to use my data agent to perform a comparative analysis of airline passenger no-show rates, examining how these rates vary across different booking channels and cabin classes. My agent is now interpreting the question and retrieving the answer from its data sources in Fabric. I can also ask my agent to visualize its response. The agent is now producing a visual representation of the data. And just like that, I get a customized chart. To securely share my agent with others in my organization, I simply choose the Share option, copy the link, and share it with my colleagues. Administrators in Microsoft 365 can also choose to enable specific data agents for given security groups in their organization. But there is more. Office users can now also leverage Fabric data agents directly in Office applications. Here, I'm in Excel, and I can simply launch the Microsoft 365 Copilot pane. I can navigate to my data agent and start interacting. I can even leverage the responses and the charts directly in my spreadsheet. With the integration of Fabric data agents in Microsoft 365 Copilot, I can now connect my enterprise data in Fabric with the applications and productivity tools that I use every day.
This is crazy,
I finished building a Fabric.
isn't it? Right. So things are getting very faster. So yeah. All right. So how many of you feel like this is crazy? Can I see some hand raises? Okay, people are not.
Yes, really, very
Alright.
helpful.
Yes. All right. Because
I have a 1-2 question on that. So if you allow me, then definitely I'll ask.
maybe we can take that at the end so that it will
Sure,
not
sure, no problem.
block the flow. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. The second thing on the consumption of the data agents, right? So the first thing is really crazy, and the other experiences also will give you the same experience, but I don't have the videos with me, but as I can talk about it, but you can slightly see in the public preview video which is happening, which is running on the left. Okay, so similarly, these same agents, the same data agents can be integrated with your Copilot Studio as well. If you are aware of the Copilot Studio, there is something called Agents tab in it. So there you will actually create your agents. For example, if you wanted to create an agent for any email related activity, so you will do an authentication there. Similarly, you can find an option called data agent within your Copilot, within the agents again under the Copilot Studio, where you can select the same agent which you created in the data in the fabric, and you can still use the same agent here also within the here means like in the Copilot Studio, and interact with the data which is there in the fabric. So again, but everywhere when I was saying integration, there are some permission related stuff. So you have to integrate it when you create a data agent, and who are all the users that they are going to use this. So for their logins only, your data agents will be visible. Until unless it will not be visible for everyone, it's not public at all. So the next one is the Azure AI Foundry. So here, if you're a code developer, you don't want to use any of the tools to build these agents or the chatbots. But again, if you wanted to build an API based or the Foundry based data agent, which is through the data agent, then it's very simple. After going into the Azure AI Foundry, just go to the knowledge section in the knowledge section of that particular application that you build in the Azure AI Foundry, and just again you will have an option called data agents within the knowledge tools that are available, and you need to just select the data agent which is rightly showing in the video, but it is little fast, but you can still view that. And then you have to select which data agent that you are using, and connect your data agent to the Azure AI Foundry. But my one suggestion, because I have a conflict when I was doing some development around Azure AI Foundry, after giving your knowledge, just wait for a couple of minutes, because how Azure AI Foundry or the Copilot Studio works is, like after you upload or connect your knowledge to the these two tools, one is Azure AI Foundry and the Copilot Studio, there's some background work which happens. You don't need to create the RAG and all that, right? So it happens by itself. It creates some Azure AI search indexes. That will take little time, less than a minute, not more than a minute, based on your data size. So you should be very careful that don't assume that once I connect your data, it will be appeared onto the or available to the agent just like that. Just wait for some couple of seconds, less than a minute, and then start using the playground. Just test it in the playground, and then connect with your API. So that will be easy step where you can actually see like whether your data is got connected to the agent that you're creating within the Azure AI Foundry or in the Copilot Studio. That's a quick thing that I wanted to highlight here when you're connecting your data. So that is really, really important. All right. So I'll take a pause here, because let's have some questions before we jump into the next topic. Yes, someone said they have some questions, right? You can unmute yourself and ask the question. Okay, if you're not able.
Hey, hi, Ritish.
Yeah.
Mudit this side. Just wanted to check, does the data agent respect the RLS?
Yes.
All right. Okay,
Yeah.
thanks.
It has to, right? Because it cannot do as it is. Yeah. but one thing is that you have to enable that service.
Hi, Ritish.
Yes.
Yeah. So are there a limitation like connecting more than 5 semantic models? Because if you see in the Fabric data agents, right, next I'm considering, so there is only a limitation of 5. Because if you want to create more than 5 semantic models or 5 data sets, it could be lake house, warehouse, anything. So again, we have to create a centralized model. That is a different scenario. So the same thing happens here, or how
No.
actually?
Here you can connect n number of data sources. I cannot say 5, but yes, there is a limit for that based on your subscription. So your subscription at a or the subscription that you're using at an organization level. So I don't know exactly the count of the data sources, but what I know, especially when I was working with the data agent, so it works on top of your size of your data. It's not like how many data sources that you're connecting, but here in data agents, the capacity matters based on the size, not on the number of connections.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right. Any other questions?
Ritish, yes, Ritish, we have one question from. Okay, please continue.
Yeah, I put the question in the chat. See, we can, on the lake houses and the warehouses, we can give one lake security, we can give SQL security. There is also workspace access where contributor has access to everything. So which of these rights does the Fabric agent actually respect?
So contributor will obviously give it, can be accessible to the data agent, and reader access is also because that's a very really great question, Joy. Because the thing is, here in data agent, the data agents are only read-only permissions. It will not write anything from your agent specific because it only acts as a read permission. So coming back to your question, so this is on general. So data agents will not write anything on top of your data. That means write operations will not be performed or not performed or anything like that. The answer for your question is yes. The contributor access, the reader access will be also be able to access to the data agents. Not only just the contributor, but whoever have the read access, they can access the data within the agent. Data agents.
See, for the end users, we don't give them workspace access. We only give them the SQL endpoint, select access. So does that work also?
Yes. Then you have to select the SQL endpoint as your data source, not the complete SQL database.
That's a good tip.
Yeah.
Yes, Ritish, we have one more question from YouTube Live. So can you please share your insights on major difference between SAP Analytics Cloud and Microsoft Fabric in Teams in terms of planning?
That is not related to my topic, but maybe you can take it to the bigger audience. Maybe they can answer, because I'm more specific because I'm not a data engineer anyway. So I'm a AI engineer.
I'll make a note of this question.
Yeah.
And there is this one more question. What is data agent different from MS Foundry agents?
Good question again. So as I mentioned, data agents are specific to Fabric, data which is available in Fabric. So this is not similar, and don't compare with the agents which are in the Foundry. As I mentioned in my previous slide also, the Foundry, within the Foundry, you are connecting your data agent as an agent to your Foundry. This is a subset of your agents which are there in the Foundry. These are not at all same, because the data agents in Fabric will be having information related to only data which is available in Fabric. Let me be more clear as well. So for example, if you have created an agent in Foundry, and then you want to connect more data which is there in the fabric. So initially, or the traditional way, how you can do is, like, again, you have to go to the source of that particular fabric. That could be your SQL, that could be your lakehouse or a Delta Lake, whatever it is. So you have to connect again that data source to your Azure AI Foundry agent. But now, because your data is moved to your data is available in copy is available in Fabric, so now you can connect the same data, because you would have already used some ETL for cleaning your data or creating a gold layer. So now you can use the same layer which you are using for maybe insights, for maybe Power BI, or could be for the real-time insights, RTL, real-time intelligence, or it could be for the data activator, whatever it is. So the same gold layer data can be connected to your agents or the chatbots for the users, where they can access this data within the fabric. That's called as data. Don't get confused, like this is particularly another agent which is sitting on top of your Foundry. So that's where you have to be very conscious. This is a subset of your data agent, your actual agents from the Foundry, where you can connect that to the data which is there in the fabric. That's it. Simple. Hope it is clear.
Okay. Yes, Ritish. So I guess you have answered Banu's question. So maybe we can take few other questions at the end of the session.
Yeah. Thank you. So I have 20 minutes more. Yeah. All right. Okay. So let's see another thing before I go. So these are the things which are coming up based on the feedbacks from the customers, based on the product team ideas. So these are the coming up features. I mean, this is not for this release particularly, which is not in the purview, but this is already at a development level, which is going to come up, which is announced officially in the FAQPod. So this is our third topic for the day. Let's see this video again to just understand.
I'm an analyst at Zava, and I've built a data agent in Fabric called Zava Trade Expert. This agent connects information across multiple sources. One of the sources is an event house that tracks real-time customer activity. We've added a new capability that allows data agents to leverage KQL or SQL functions. This allows you to encapsulate complex logic in functions that the agent can call. This approach makes answers more reliable and easier to maintain. Next, I want to highlight Graph as a new data source supported in data agents. Here, I'm connecting the agent to our finance loan graph. What makes a graph powerful is that it captures rich relationships across entities. Here you can see the nodes and edges in our graph source. Now let's take a look at the agent configurations. Here we have high-level instructions describing the role of the agent and the type of insights it should provide. Then for each data source, we've added detailed instructions. These instructions help the agent on how to best retrieve and structure the response. Now let's ask a test question that targets the graph source. Trace the life cycle of a loan from application to servicing. What stages exist? The agent recognizes that this question relates to the loan graph, and it uses its built-in tool to traverse the graph and construct an answer. The response comes back as a structured explanation of the end-to-end process. I've also added another source, a retail ontology. The value of an ontology is that it provides business context and meaning. So instead of reasoning only over raw data structures, the agent can interpret questions using the language of the business. And the nice part is that this requires no additional setup in the data agent. Now let's publish the agent so it can be used outside of Fabric to answer questions over our data sources, including the context in our retail ontology. Once published, the Zava Trade Expert becomes available directly in Microsoft 365. I can simply select my data agent and start asking questions. Which regions have the most customers but the fewest stores? This question runs against the retail ontology, and the Fabric data agent returns a rich response explaining the regions where customer concentration is high but store coverage is limited. The answer comes along a set of visualizations helping the user to better interpret insights. So with Fabric data agents, we can configure a domain expert, combining insights from a variety of data and knowledge sources.
That's awesome. So basically, oh, I'm sorry. So basically, the upcoming feature for this is like within your data sources, you can connect your graph databases. So that's the main upcoming feature. And also you have seen the like how you can connect your graph databases as well. So
I'm an analyst.
This is the other feature which I already mentioned. So no need to actually rewrite or connect your data within the different table or the connections between the tables. So you can directly give your graph QL database. So I mean graph database. So that will generate the responses. And the second new update which is going to come is like the administrator of the account can actually see all the logs, all the conversations which are happening with your data agent. So to improve this, actually improves the basically to improve your data agent. So this will help. And again, one more important point which is not on this slide. So this will not give the log information. I mean, the PII data will not be available in the log information. So that is really important in terms of security. So that's the other important point aspect. So this governance and security is across the bridge. So you don't need to worry about, okay, if I put some personal information that will be visible to the administrator. No, all the data that you're giving. So there's a lot of filters. There are a lot of governance which will stop your PII data, which is going to the administrator. So yes, this is the other important thing. So here, the other important thing is like the access to the public users. So now, so if you wanted to use, if you wanted to restrict the access of this data agent, you have to go to your service principal and then do a lot of permutations, combinations, and about your security and the user groups, and then you have to give it. But in future, the within the data layer itself, you can add all the permissions or put outbound access permission protection enabled to actually give the permissions to the only to the required people, not to everyone. So this is other important feature that you can do it within yourself from the Fabric environment or the workspace which you are using to actually restrict the permissions instead of going to a service principal and restricting the permissions at a user level, user group level, or user level. So this is other feature which is going to come up. And next, yes. So here there are the SQL views and functions. So that also you can use it in going forward. So you don't need to create one more functions or maybe I can say more relevant to Power BI. So the DAX queries or the DAX which are already created, you can still use the same functions within your data source which is connected, and you can still do some crazy stuff with the SQL views as well and the functions. Secondly, this is really important, the service principal authentication. So as you all know, Microsoft is now pushing towards the managed identity, right? So but still in Fabric we are using service principal authentication at a app or service principal level. The access token is going to be still there, and it is going to be enabled for the data agents. You can, if you wanted to just give the permission to a particular app, you don't need to give it to each and every user. You can directly give that permission to the app, stating that this agent can be used with this app, or I can say, because more of development side, so I rarely use web apps and the function app. So if you have a function app, you can directly go to the service principal which is created for the function app and then give the access to your data agent within that function app, so that it will be accessible within that function app activities. And also if you're doing it at a web app level, it works across the app who is having the access to that particular web app. So this is another important update which you can do it across the service principal level with a single shot. You don't need to go at a user level. All right. So now if you want to do a more analytical stuff, for example, just on top of your existing data, if you wanted to put your own data, right, and create some insights by adding to your existing data and generate more, and also create some code out of it to run it locally, and just download the existing data. So that is again important. That can be doable in the next coming days, where it creates a piece of code for you to actually you can run it on your local and test it and then deploy it if everything is working fine. Okay, so the other very important thing in terms of UI is like you are already seeing the visualizations which are already there, but you can still work on it. I mean, more advanced visualizations are coming up, because right now there are only few visuals like bar graph, pie graph, pie chart. All these are coming, but more advanced visualizations are going to come along with the data which is there. You can play across it as you're doing it with the Power BI. So you can just see all the insights across and values on the graph. So that visualizations are also going to come. Basically, the visualizations are going to be improved by adding more visuals, and also you can interact more with the data as well. So that's the other important feature coming up. And secondly, forget about you don't know how to even create the data agent. So now there's an assistant which is going to come up, which actually you can talk to your agent, talk to this assistant stating that I want an agent to be created with all this, etc., etc. So it will create an agent for you. You don't need to do anything. So it's like another agent working for you to create one more agent. So that's the other beauty. There is an assistant mode where it helps you to create the agent by step, providing the step-by-step assistance to you, what has to be done next. Yeah. And also, like as I rightly said, because we are using LLM models, so there will be chances of hallucination and a lot of things when the data is more, right? So Fabric is right now working towards improving the SQL query generation, because right now, as I already mentioned, so majorly like 90%, 80 to 90%, these agents will work creating your SQL queries or queries behind the screen and pulls all your data. When that query got failed, so it obviously breaks out your response, right? So we are like Microsoft Fabric is actually working towards improving the generation of these queries, the complex queries, I can say. The basic queries is already there, and even the intermediate level queries are also working fine. But if you are writing so much, if it has to write some advanced or complex queries, it's getting done for you. All right, so we talked so much on data agents. Let's see how the internal work happening across, I mean, just on architecture level, because this is already discussed internal, like whatever I have discussed already. So this is all that. As I already mentioned, this is my last slide, guys. Then we can go for the questions. Sorry. Yeah. So this is the technical design for the whole data agent. Firstly, we have all the 8 experiences that acts as your data sources for your data agent, and your data agent, all your data is being now considered as enterprise data, which is there with us right now. Once you connect the data sources, and then your data agents works as a tools, context, and configuration. You have to do all this. We can do all these steps to make your data agent ready. Tools means like you can connect with all these data sources. The second, and context means like instructions and the description. Configuration means like if you wanted to deploy it to any of these sources or enable permissions or share access to a particular users, all the configurations can be done. And then simply share and publish. Once you publish, you can share it across all these again like tools that we have within the at a consumer level. So for now, these are the things. But you can ask me like only why we are enabling more on Microsoft, because all our customers are on Microsoft right now we're using these tools, so we are enabling them. And if you are still not on any of these, so you can still use API calls to actually work with or use the data agent which you created within the Fabric out to the outside customers who are out of the Fabric. So this is all about the Fabric data agents. I know I have told most in terms of theory, because my subscription is ended. So I cannot show you the demo. So I kept a lot of videos to make it more attentive. Yeah. So that's all from me for today. We can have some questions if anyone has.
Yes, Ritish. So,
Hi, Ritish.
yes, go ahead, ma'am.
Yeah, Gangadhar
Oh,
this
yes.
side. First of all, thanks for the wonderful session. Such an insightful session this is for me. And here my question is, can we recommend this agent to our customers for the future strategy plannings and future predictions?
Yes, it is ready to go basically. So whatever that is there right now, which is already available, so that is actually productionized products, which can be sorry, okay, so which is productionized, and there are a lot of already agents which are already in market, Manu. So you can 100% be confident, but there are few still concerns. Maybe you can go through one link. I will share it. So it gives you all the concerns of what people are facing. So that if you're if maybe Gangadhar, can you mute yourself?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So basically you can so where I am, I'm sorry. Okay, so you can see all those concerns which are coming up. If if your use case is not fitting that concerns, then you can happily use it. I'll share that link in the chat for sure in some time. Maybe straight you can look at it, or else you can connect with me on LinkedIn, so that. But yes, it is ready for the production for your question. Yes. The concerns I'm talking about are also going to be like 95% ready in the next release, which is going to be in June itself. Yeah.
Okay. And also there's an additional question. Sorry for that, but this is completely out of your session, I think. I think this has already been raised by your moderator also. So is there, can you just share your insight on what is the major difference between the SAP Analytics Cloud and this Microsoft Fabric? I just want to know in terms of planning. So because
understood. But
mostly,
to be very, very honest, I'm not a data engineer or an analyst to answer you, but my suggestion will be just connect with Amit. He is the right person to answer this question, because he is very, very keen on analytics, and also like he's working with Fabric very closely from many years. So you can connect with him, or else you can. I request moderator to take this question, because this is really important to answer this. Just pass it to Amit and connect with him to Amit, so that it will be good for him to be a customer for Microsoft Fabric. Yeah. I hope it is.
For sure.
This will
Thanks for taking
answer
part.
Ritish?
Yes.
Yeah, Manu.
Ritish, I have a question. Actually, I'm a beginner learner for Fabric currently, and thank you for the session. It is a wonderful for me. So I have a question that if we develop any dashboard on Power BI or like in Microsoft, and we create an agent, right?
Yeah.
So is it required to like viewers the same access for like for the same access for Fabric or kind of this, or we can just like a publish and share the agent with them and they can just mention the prompt and get the information.
That's a good question. So if you are using your Power BI and it is already having the measure access to everyone who wanted to use it, so you don't need to explicitly give the permissions again to the data agent. So it will work, because how this works is like you create a semantic model, right? So that semantic model will be connected to the data agent, as rightly said in the previous session also. So that semantic model is already having access to all the data, all the people who are already eligible for the access. So the same accesses will be given to, got to the data agent you as a users. Yeah, you don't need to give explicit permissions.
No, normally you publish this agent and you are using in team chat. So if they have a team access, they can able to access that agent.
Yes. For example, you have Power BI access and you have Teams access, and this agent is already published in the Teams. It will be visible to you in the Teams for sure.
And for the viewers, it is required Power BI access.
Yes. Again, for the viewers, if they are not part of the Power BI or part of the data agent access, that will not be visible. So you have to, because when you are using the Teams, so you have some user groups, right? Or resource groups, right? So that resource group has to be given permission to this data agent, and then it will be visible for everyone as a read only. Yeah.
Okay. It means they do not require Fabric license. They only require the team access.
Yes.
Thanks.
No need of Fabric license at all. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, this SAP question which comes in. See, SAP, the planning inside the SAP is something when you are using that, let's say OLTP, and you want to have a planning which should remain with your OLTP, then the SAP planning is something you should prefer. Now, Fabric planning is little newer in the game. But yes, if you want the planning to happen in OLAP or warehouse, then you should prefer the Fabric planning. Also, it is new to the system. It might not have all those planning features which you are required, but yes, they have a bigger vision. And if you look at the kind of things which you have been given, is really great there. So definitely, whenever we don't have a planning at the source and we want to do at the warehouse level, Fabric planning is the way for going ahead for Microsoft guys. But yes, if you say, no, this planning is needing it SAP, because right back in SAP is not available from Fabric. There are a few sources it is available. Then you have to do it in SAP. So the call would be basically where you want to do it and where exactly you want to analyze it.
Okay, I have a question.
All right.
Yeah, please. Yeah. So is there a multi-level agent concept here coming up, or is it already established? Because that one agent can talk to other agent, because the pressure end. So there's very use cases. Yeah.
Okay. So I have that slide, but I have not showed it here because it will be too much. But yes, you can connect multiple data agents to one particular data agent as an orchestrator, and you can connect with multiple data agents. Yes, that is available. That's already available. You don't need to wait for that to get released. So it's already there. But one thing is, like, as you do in the traditional agentic workflows, you have to create one orchestrator, and then probably you have to connect your two different or three, how many ever it is. So you have to connect all the data agents to that particular orchestrator to actually and give some instructions, like when which data agent actually need to perform. By just, again, if you have seen in the previous video also, so there is something called instructions at the data source level, right? Where you can give the instructions at data source, but similarly at data agent level also you have this instructions and description, where you can define that whenever the orchestrator calls this particular data agent, you have to work accordingly, some sort of instructions you can give. And yes, multi-data agent is already available. Yes.
Thank you.
Hi, Ritish.
Yes, hi.
I found your session is really insightful. Even I'm a beginner in data engineering field. So I just wanted to know where we stay updated about more future upcoming events from you.
All right. So basically, Hyderabad data and AI community is will do a lot of events offline, online. So they have LinkedIn page which is called as Hyderabad Data and AI, and also India Microsoft Fabric user group is also having a LinkedIn page. You can connect with those pages, and they will post it. So that I see a lot of traction happening in the LinkedIn pages, and also they have the meetup groups also. But whatever there in the meetup, so they will be surely put it on the LinkedIn. So LinkedIn will be the right channel because you will be also using LinkedIn frequently. So that pages will be more familiar, and just on the notifications they put a lot of events so that you can get connected. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much.
All right. So
Thank you, Ritish.
yeah.
Yeah. Thank you,
Thank you
Ritish, for
so
your wonderful
much.
session, covering the very basic, considering different backgrounds of people and creating data agents with a proper demo and all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Yes, so we have our next speaker for our next session. So we are excited to welcome Kesigan Anbalagan, a Comcast India engineer, Center LLP, principal engineer. So he's a technology leader and AI enthusiast with extensive experience in cloud native solutions, developer experience platforms, and enterprise AI integration. As part of Central DevX team at Comcast, he focuses on embedding AI across the software development lifecycle, helping engineers accelerate productivity through automation, intelligent agents, and seamless developer tooling. He has delivered multiple sessions and workshops on topics such as model context protocol, inspector, AI, SDLC, enablement, with a passion for bridging the gap between cutting edge AI research and real world enterprise applications. Kesigan helps teams to adopt AI responsibly with a strong emphasis on governance, scalability, and cost optimization. So today's session is about from code to conversational, building production ready AI agents with VS Code AI Toolkit and Azure AI. So AI agents are quickly becoming the next future in application development, transforming static code into intelligent, context-aware systems. So in this session, users will discover how to build, test, and deploy enterprise-ready AI agents using VS Code, AI Toolkit, and Azure AI Foundry. So please join me in giving a warm welcome to Kesigan Anbalagan. So welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the warm welcome and the introduction. I hope you are able to see my screen, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for the confirmation. I hope my audio also clear. There will be any issues.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Very good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for joining this call today. Even though it's a weekend, you guys are showing interest to learn something out of your other commitments. Yeah. So appreciate that for joining, everyone. I think you might have got a better introduction about myself. So quickly get into the session for today. Today we are going to talk more about how to build production-ready AI agents using Foundry Toolkit with your VS Code and Microsoft Foundry. So in this world, everyone is creating AI agents. I think you might have seen the previous session also, mostly talking about the agents, right? So those are built-in agents. Some of you creating your own agents for your day-to-day activity, code review agent. Some of the enterprise company, they have own agents because they don't, the external world don't have the knowledge about the particular domain or the product specification for the enterprise organizations, right? So there are different use cases. People are creating AI agents, but how we are creating today, for example, I hope you all access to GitHub Copilot, or you might be using ChatGPT or any models. So if I want to implement an agent, how you will get started with that? So the agent will have a LLM model, right? So how will you choose a better LLM model? How can I evaluate the particular LLM model performs well compared to other LLM models? So that is where you are going to get started your agent development, right? And then you have to evaluate your performance of your agents and how we are going to deploy it, and post deployment, how we are going to trace the communication between the user queries and how the model are generating the response to the user, and how much tokens you are spending, and what is the cost for each token. So there are so many things involved when you are building a production ready agents. It's no more proof of concepts, right? You have to, when you start building your agent, you have to think from the how that is going to work in production. So how we are going to achieve all these things, right? So that's why we have Microsoft come up with an excellent extension called Foundry Toolkit, which is the extension in your VS Code, and you can. There are a lot of features involved. So end of this session, you will come to know how can I build a enterprise-ready AI agents from your local machine to the production. Okay. By setting that context, I'm going to the next one. Yeah. So what is Foundry Toolkit? So earlier it was called as AI Toolkit for VS Code. Now it is called as Foundry. You all know Azure AI Foundry renamed to Microsoft Foundry recently, and subsequently AI Toolkit also got rebranded to Foundry Toolkit. So why you have this similar name for Microsoft Foundry and Foundry Toolkit? If you are having better understanding what is Microsoft Foundry is doing, that is the place where you are where you can go and build your AI agents end to end. Okay. So that provides a better platform in cloud. You can create agent, can test it, or can evaluate, do the fine tuning, deploy into your Azure container registries. But how can I do the same thing? And I can do it from my VS Code. So that's why we have Foundry Toolkit. So it's providing the same environment, whatever you're seeing in the Microsoft Foundry. It provides the end-to-end platform to build and test and deploy your AI agents. As I said before, once you're going to say, I'm going to implement AI agents, it is not going to be in a POC level. It's going to be at the production grade. So this helps you in this way from the scratch. So it provides a lot of models supported. All the models are proprietary models. That is a very good thing. Irrespective of whatever the models you are available in the market, most of the models are available in your model catalog within your VS Code. So you can, what is the use of that? You can test whatever the agents you are planning to do. You can play around with that and perform the fine tuning, and you do the comparison between multiple models, and finally you can decide which model performs well. Then you can go with that particular model. It also provides the option for agent builder, which is exactly same like what you are seeing in the Microsoft Foundry. You can create agents with the full control of writing your own code, or without writing a code, it will ask you prompts that you will give the instruction how the agent you wanted to build it. It will create a agent as well, and finally you can directly deploy that from your local machine to the Microsoft Foundry. Yeah, once it is moving from your local machine to Microsoft Foundry, and then that is going to become a production level. Okay. And it also supports the MCP servers. I hope you all have a better understanding what is MCP, model context protocol, to have your data sources attached to your AI applications. So how can I create my own MCP servers, or how can I make use of the existing MCP servers? There are plenty of MCP servers which is already available in the market. Everything you can access it from your VS Code, and you can directly ship your agent from your VS Code to Microsoft Foundry. It's not just about creating the agent; it is also provides the environment where you can create a production-ready agents, and that is how it is designed, the agent development lifecycle, where you have this create your agent, and when you're creating the agent, you have to select the LLM model, and you have to test it how that works with your various queries, and it provides the measurable, quantifiable results to evaluate your AI agents or the LLM models, what you are going to choose for your agents. And you can connect your MCP servers, and you can directly deploy that into your Microsoft Foundry. So the model catalog, we have multiple things. The models, it supports GitHub models, Microsoft Foundry models, and also Microsoft Foundry models, which supports Windows, Anthropic models, and your Gemini, whatever the models you are seeing today in the external world, everything is accessible within your VS Code. It's kind of everything at a single place. So no need to worry about switching the tabs, and you are moving to different places to know which model is, performs well for my use case. Let's have everything in a single location. You have options to filter which models you wanted to choose. It is not all about external models. It is, you can also come up with your own model and your local model, like your Vadama, etc. All the models is also accessible within your VS Code. Just a click of matter, provisioning the models either in your local or in your Microsoft Foundry, and you can start interacting using the playground, and you can turn different parameters and see how that works. And it also supports the system prompt configuration, where you don't need to write your own system prompts. It can generate the system prompts for you based on your context. Okay. So I will show you how that works in a hands-on. You will get a better idea how exactly these features are helping you when you start implementing AI agents. You do as I said, you can perform the comparing, right? So when you are going for any product catalog, so you do compare the product features, right? Similarly, you can do the comparison between which model performs well and how much token you are spending for the same query, and which model giving better results, and what is the cost and performance. And finally, you can choose which model is more suitable for your use case. And it provides the evaluation for your and quality assurance. So this is very much important. When I'm going to say it's a production grade, you have to consider all these parameters, right? You do the better evaluation, and it is not a one time, right? You have to keep on, you have to check the performance over the period of when the user is asking more questions. And if there are any deviation in your performance, you have to continuously evaluate and make sure that it is always at the production grade. And there are different options. You can optimize your prompt workflows, and by the way, you will save the cost, and you'll get a better accurate results. Yeah, so there are a lot of things we have. I'm not going to show much on the slides. So I would like to set the context, then I will move on to the hands-on, because a lot of things we have to see. So agent builder, so that is what I said. You have a scaffold agents with the templates. If you want to have a full control on your agent development, you can do it, or you can either go with without writing a code, you can build an agent as per your context. And you can have different tools and capabilities. You can test your agent in local, And once after you complete your testing, and if you are happy with the agents can be get into deployed, you can go ahead and ship your agents from your VS Code to the Microsoft Foundry. And also you have a better MCP server connectivity. I'll show how many MCP servers we have today when we go for the demo. And it's a one-click of matter. Once you have these agents ready, click on the Docker you have from your containers, the implementation, whatever you have for the particular agent, directly that can be deployed into your Azure containers. So once you have this is ready and deployed, so the Azure environment, the cloud environment will take care of scalability, monitoring, and the production observability, etc. But before moving to production, you have to make sure that everything is work, and you will get a better confidence. Yes, this agent is performing well by considering all the aspects, right? So that is the environment it will give you when you are going to use Foundry Toolkit. So quickly, you can get into the live demo. So what are the things you are going to see today? We'll explore what is model catalog, what are the GitHub models and local models we have, and we can have a demo on how to make use of the playgrounds, comparing the models side by side, evaluate on the models and see the results, how that is working. And we have different kind of evaluation, F1 score, etc. Right? So you have build agent and build what is the agent builder and adding MCP server and finally deploy the model to your Microsoft Foundry. Any questions so far before I'm moving to demo? No questions? Okay. Let's get started with the demo. If you may be already familiar with this particular tool, but I'm going to say from the start because we have people from different background. So I'm going to get started with the very basics. So how can I get into my extensions getting added to my VS Code? If you go to extensions, you can search with the Foundry Toolkit. We'll get this extension. Okay. So you can go through. This is a small video. Maybe you can see it, and it provides various features, model catalog, playground. So all those things we are going to see today, right? So once we have this installed, we'll get a additional or packaged another extension which is called Microsoft Foundry. But this is going to get retired by June 1st, 2026, because it is already added into your Foundry Toolkit sidebar. Okay. So recently there are a lot of changes happened in the Microsoft Foundry side. If you go to the Foundry, we show. Okay, so this is how your Microsoft Foundry looks like today. So this is a old one, old view. Okay. Okay, so if you might have using Microsoft Foundry, you might be seeing this particular environment before. Okay, so now it is got changed. Most of the thing, whatever we discussed, right? Model catalog, playground, agents, and templates, tracing, monitoring, guardrails, etc. Everything it has. Now it is changed by looking, clicking on this toggle bar. It can move to the new environment. Okay. So here, the noticeable thing is we have something called discover, build, operate, docs. Okay. So you will see the similar options once you have it in your Foundry Toolkit. So it is already no more, it will not come once you have this Foundry Toolkit installed after June 1st. It has 3 sections: My Resources, Developer Tools, and Help and Feedback. So if you expand this developer tools, you will see these options: develop, discover, build, monitor. So this is same as whatever you have seen in the Microsoft Foundry. Okay, so you can, it means you can do whatever you are doing in the Microsoft Foundry page, you can do the same thing in your VS Code. And once you have the agents or whatever you're going to create, if it is ready and if you tested well, and if you have a confidence this can be moved to production, at the particular time you can move your agents or any of your resource, whatever you're creating, can be shipped into your Microsoft Foundry, just a click of matter from your VS Code. And so this is what we are going to focus more on today. I already created a project, so you have to connect with your Microsoft Foundry project. We are not created. So if you want to create a Microsoft Foundry project, you should have a Azure account. And from there, you have to create projects. From there, under this particular project, you have this project getting added into your Microsoft Foundry. So those are very basics. You can do that by yourself. And also, no worries, I'm going to share homework for you guys at the end of this session. So it is not just a session if you are coming and listening something and go back and you will forget everything. So end of this session, I'll give you homework. You guys try to explore it by your VS Code. So that is the outcome of this session. Okay. So you have something called local resources, which means what are the models you are building, and you can deploy it in your local. Or if you are deploying something in the Microsoft Foundry, so that will be available under this model. Okay. So you have these two options. Either you can deploy it in your local, or you can deploy it in your Microsoft Foundry, whichever way you can do it. So let's quickly get into the model catalog. So if you go to Discover, so there is two options. You can see model catalog and tool catalog. So model catalog is all going to talk about the various model. So whatever the hosted, all these models are proprietary. Okay. So whenever these models are getting released, so as soon as it will be available in your VS Code. Okay. So you have most of the thing, OpenAI, Olama, NVIDIA, Microsoft Foundry on Windows, Microsoft, Google, GitHub, etc. If you want to bring up your own model, you can bring. Okay. Now I'm going to focus on these two things, GitHub and Microsoft Foundry. If you have already GitHub account access, I have already added, so I'm able to deploy my models in my GitHub, which means near my local machine. And if you don't have GitHub account, please do log in and you can get it attached. Okay. So shall we explore about one of the model? So I wanted to test this DeepSeek v3.2 model. Okay. So I want to add this model. So all these models are local. Okay. If you want to deploy it in Microsoft Foundry, you have to choose Microsoft Foundry, and then you will be having an option to deploy. Okay. In case if you want to have it in your local, you can make use of GitHub models that can help you to add it in your local. Okay. So shall we try any one of these models? I have already added one. Let's try this GPT-5 Nano. Add this model and try this from in your playground. Okay, so the model is available now. So you have this particular model, and you have this. What are the capabilities it has? Okay, so it has a add description caption for image. It can write Python code. Okay, so you can write your system prompt what this particular agent is going to do. We can try for a code review, for a code review expert, to the code review or the given. I'm just putting some random system prompt. We're going to say, want to copy some Python code we have. Okay, so this is my Python code. I'll take this particular code. And it is open in a different window. It is getting loaded since I switched. Okay. So all your code, whatever I have done, it is available here now. So go to your model catalog. And so we were talking about the GitHub models. I don't want this chat. And go to any models, whatever model you want. Provide feedback. Check how I'm going to paste whatever the code I have. So this we used to do, right? So we'll see what is the, I want to improve my, enhance my code. We'll do the PR, right? So instead of before going to PR, you can do the code review in your local machine itself. Okay. So it provides this is the functionality. So this is the code feature, what is the performance, and you can see some suggestions. Okay, so ensure that code initialization failures, conclusion. So overall the code review agent on the track. Okay, so this is good. And how much token you spend for this. Okay, so this is a small example how you can make use of your GitHub models, and you can make use of your playground. And now you have another use case where you want to compare two different models. Okay, so there is an option here. I want to compare. I have some models which are added already. So this is from 4 mini. So this is from GitHub, and there is one more O4 mini. So this is from the Microsoft Foundry. Okay, so you can, this is the same way, you can go to the model catalog and choose the Microsoft Foundry. I'm just filtering it with that, and you can directly go and do the deployment. Okay, for example, if I want to deploy this 5.4 model, you can directly do the deployment. Which I have already added this particular project, so it knows where I have to go and add this resource. Okay. So I don't have quota for this. Let me try some other models. O3. Okay, this particular thing is not available, but particular region. So since I'm using US East US 2, okay. Let me show you. So once we have this model available, you can see it here. I have already deployed one model. So I have the models in place. So in the background, you can see that there is a O4 mini, which is already available in the Microsoft Foundry. And I have another model, which is available in the GitHub. Okay, so now I wanted to see the comparison. Okay. So I'm going to give a small image and see how that works. Okay. So this is a small image. I'm not going to add any prompt since it is going to give a descriptive caption for my given image. So you no need to provide two prompts parallelly. So whatever you are adding here, that is going to be get added in the other as well. Okay. So now I'm going to add this. So we can see something is getting generated. So since this is O4 mini, so and these are the two mini models, okay, and this is giving some very basic information for you. Maybe I can try with some other 4.1, which is going to give a better results for me. Let's try with the same image. So all these things you will do once you start implementing your agents, right? Initially you will choose which model more suitable for your agent, and you will do the comparison between these agents. Considering this could be the agent for your product catalog. Okay, when I am having this image, it should provide the descriptive caption for whatever the image or the product which I am going to add it to my model. So now for the GPT 4.1, you'll see there are detailed information about what is this particular image is all about. This is the living room, just having what is the color palette, what are the different furnitures we have, decorator, lighting, textiles, etc. Overall, what is the feeling? So since this particular model, since it is mini, it is giving very limited text for the content for the given image. Okay, so this is how you can compare between these two different models or yourself. And so this is all about the comparing different models. Next thing, we'll see how can I add how can I create an agent which can have a MCP server attached. Okay. Yeah, so if I'm going to my recent agents, I have something called agent builder. Okay. So this is my new agent. I'm going to say this to be my travel agent. Okay. I have different models. I'll make use of this 4.1 model. And you can add your description. Okay. So your travel assistant provide best results for the user queries on the travel distribution. Okay. So this is the instructions you can give, but how can I give a proper system prompt? Okay. So you don't need to give this kind of instruction. You can make use of this generate option, and you can paste whatever the context you wanted to create, and you can click on generate. Okay, so this will help you to generate a proper system prompt. So whatever the instruction you are adding could be very simple. And if you want to have this instructions page where you can see, right? So I gave a small statement. So that is how the travel agent assistant should looks like. Okay, so it provides the steps, how it should, what is the output format, and what is the example, okay, how it is getting response, and what are the notes. So you can improve on top of this if you are based on your enterprise requirements. Okay, and once you have this, you can add the tools which is available here. You can have your custom tools, or you can have MCP server. Okay, and if you want to see if there are any already MCP servers, you can add it directly. Otherwise, you can browse MCP servers from the tool catalog. Okay, so I have shown two things, right? Model catalog and tool catalog. From the tool catalog, you can see plenty of MCP servers which is available today in the market. You can verify all those things based on your use case. Whichever MCP server is more suitable for you, you can add it in your machines. Okay. So for this example, I'm just going to add playwright. Okay. So connect. So I need to provide some name, playwright, give some demo. Okay. So now you can see tools, under tools section, you should be able to see this particular tool got added. Also from the agent builder, you can add that particular MCP server. Okay. So now this is available. If you want to start or stop, you can do it. So since this is running from your local machine, you can just right click and start. Fine. You can see the capabilities. So basically opens the browser and do whatever you wanted to do. So this is mostly used it in the testing teams. They wanted to test the particular application, web applications. Mostly they are using this Playwright MCP. Now you can ask any questions to this agent. Okay, since this is having a better system prompts and it has the MCP tool as well. In your case, it could be different. You can add any MCP server based on the agent you are going to add. Okay. So, for example, if you want to add any MCP server for your Power BI, or if you want to generate some architecture diagrams, you can add different agents for a different purpose, right? So, I'm going to say I'm traveling to Bengaluru next month. Right. Provide me guide me some hotels to stay in Whitefield. Okay, so I'm just going to ask probably some guidelines. So it should give some better results. Okay, so it is providing the recommendation, right? So even I haven't been there in Bangalore. So next month I'm going to travel first time for the MCP Dev Summit. So I'm going to get some recommendation, which is the budget one. Okay. Right. So this is how you get the response. Let me create another agent just to verify how your MCP server works. Okay. Create another agent here. Going to test web app. Okay. I'm going to add again some DeepSeek model this time. I'm not going to give any instructions. So this model doesn't have, okay, I'll choose the model which supports to test the web application. And I'm going to add a tool here, my Playwright demo. So I have to ensure this views already started everything. Okay. Now I'm going to say open google.com and search to places to visit in Chennai. Okay. Now it should call automatically the particular MCP server, and it does this job behalf of me. Okay. So consider you are working on a web application. If you want to say this, just test this application, and by opening from the browser, validate all the components, all these buttons and the navigations and the pans, whatever, it's working properly, and give the results for you. It does the job behalf of you. Okay. So we can see the results, right? It also provides the places to visit. We can see there are how this Playwright MCP getting called at each stage. So browser type, browser snapshot. So you can see what are the things it is searching at the backend. So this is how it works. So you can have an agent and you can add your MCP servers to validate everything works in your local machine before moving to production. Okay, so that will save a lot of your time. Okay, so here you have this tool. So once you're completing your thing, so you can go ahead and stop it. That is also possible. And you have created these two agents. So suppose if you have created an agent today, and tomorrow if you are going to make some changes, maybe you are improving some your system prompts, you can get another version. Okay, you can have this once over making some change, you can save this to local so that you have another v1 v2, like that you have different versions, and you also have this timestamp when the agent was built. Okay. So it will be remain same in your local machine. So whenever you can come and start from where you left. Okay. So that kind of possibilities we have. And yeah, and one more thing. Now we can get into the next one. So how can I evaluate? How can I evaluate my agent? Right. So you can go to under build. There is an option called. Okay, before going to evaluate, I'll go through the fine tuning. Okay. So some of the base model you have, you need to fine tune it, and then you will use it in your projects, right? That could be another use case. You can create a fine-tuning project, and you can have models, different models, and from there you can make the fine-tuning. Basically, it supports LoRa. I'll show one example how you can fine-tune your existing projects. So it will ask you where you want to create the projects. You can put some name, fine-tune demo. So everything you are going to create on top of your whatever you are doing with your VS Code. So here you can see this fine-tune demo, the configurations you have. So it's, as I said, it's supposed LoRa. You can see all the parameters for this particular model. Okay. So how this works, everything you can see, what are the prerequisites. And you can see the various configurations here. Right. So you can play around with this. You can see the soft prompt, and you can make the changes how you want to behave. You can change it. Okay, so that is the other options you have for fine-tuning your models. And you have your performance. You have workflows that is yet to be added. It is under preview. And you have tools which we have seen. And if you want to have knowledge base, you want to add some rack system. So that is your another use case, right? So apart from your MCP, so you have options to add your vector DBs into your knowledge as a knowledge base. From there, also you can add it in your agent, and you can play around with that. Okay. And you will have agent inspector. So that is something like how we do MCP inspector from your local, right? To evaluate how your agents are performing. Similarly, how you do validate your MCP server in your local. You will implement the MCP server, and you will test it in your local before going to get deployed, right? So all these things we can do it here. So there are plenty of things are there. With respect to all these things are important once you are going to create your production ready agents. I'll take this one. This is the particular agent you have. So something you have evaluation. Okay. How this particular agent is performing. Okay. So I can add an empty row. Either you can come up with your user query, or you can add some columns how you wanted to add it. Okay. So you have a lot of parameters to evaluate. right? Maybe what is the intent, what is the tool call accuracy, since we are using MCP, how effectively it is calling the tools, what is the coherence, F1 score, okay, BLU and Blue. So there are various fluency, so a lot of things you can consider, and which model you wanted to validate. We can validate this DeepSeek. Okay. So the user query, either you can generate it, or you can take it. You can have it some data which you wanted to generate, some synthetic data. You can get it generated. I have generated one synthetic data for this. I'm going to travel Barcelona with my elder parents. Okay. So just select it and run the responses. Just closing this to have a better view. So it will validate how effectively it works. You can see these responses, right? And manual, there are different options. I wanted to see it and expand it in a full screen, how it is working effectively. The evaluation drop down, automation. Okay. This is something very much important. Once you are going to decide the factor, whether this can be successfully tested and eligible for moving to production. Completed. The responses. Either you can export the results to your external folders and see how that works. You can also compare it if there are other agents how you wanted to. Maybe there are different versions for your particular agent, right? You can compare it to different versions, how this particular agent performs well when comparing to the other agents. I didn't see this is click on run evaluation response. I'm seeing this is getting run. Okay, I think it is now got the response, and based on the response, it should run the evaluation. Let's see. Button run on after the run evaluation. Evaluation, the drop-down menu after the run on button to get the results. To call accuracy. And evaluation logic. Okay, that's it. Right. So there are a lot of changes happening very frequently. I have to catch up all these things. Okay, let's see how that works from the VS Code here. I think we need to figure this out, how that exactly generates. So, but this is the way you can add your evaluations, and then let me delete this one and add a new row and run responses. Let's see how that works. Okay. And from here, I can add the evaluation. I'll add one now. If we just take a first score. Unsuccessful ground truth. Okay, I'll improve ground truth. Let me run the evaluation. Empty row. Okay, so it's considering time. I'm just keeping this. Maybe I'll check this again, how we can evaluate. But this is how. So from the agent, once you create the agent, and parallelly you can kind of do the evaluation parallelly and check this. Okay. So after you check it with the help of agent inspector, you can play around with your agents and you can trace it as well. So how the traces can get collected. So if you have an agent, that how that works, and in your local machine, and you can start collecting the traces, that will say you that how much token you spent and what is the cost for the particular token, all about. So those things you can get it. And there is one more important option which I would like to show you. If you want to build any agent, there is an option called Agent Builder. Okay. Let me close this Agent Builder. Create agent. So this is something from the build. Okay. So here just we will build an agent here. So this is something different. This is directly you are creating from the Microsoft Foundry. Okay. Either you can create it with your full control, which I said before. Either you can create the code with the help of Copilot, multi-agent workflow or single agent workflow. Or you can create the agent without writing the code. So that is what we have seen earlier. So whatever you are saving here, that will be immediately available in your Microsoft Foundry under this particular project. Okay. So earlier, same whatever we have seen here earlier, right? So the difference between that one and this option here is immediately you can create it, and also you can view the code of the particular agent. So even the earlier one, this particular one, right? So we have the option to view the code. You have the option to choose which framework you wanted to either you can open AI agent SDK or Microsoft agent framework. I'm going to say Microsoft agent framework. And from there, I'm choosing this particular option, Python. Python is my favorite programming language. I'm just choosing this. From here, you could see the code for the particular agent. Okay. And from here, you can make some enhancement on top of this, or you can go ahead and build from the scratch. And that is for your local agent. Suppose if I'm going to create a agent from here with the help of generating your Copilot, generate a single agent for hotel booking, the same example, whatever we have seen earlier, or use some sample from the scratch. So it is giving you the safe project. You don't need to sit and design how the project structure should be. So by generating this code, you will get a skeleton for the particular use case, and with a placeholder where you can go and add your own logic for the implementing the particular agents. Okay. So if you have access to GitHub Copilot, you can see the AI agent expert. So when I'm adding this, automatically, since you have this Foundry is available, automatically it will go and find out what are the MCP servers we have. So it is directly calling the Foundry MCP. Okay. So the Foundry MCP will take care of creating this code base for you. Okay. And it will analyze your answers, and it will help you to generate the skeleton code, and from there you can create your production ready agents. Okay. So it is also calling your Azure MCP. So you have Foundry MCP and Azure MCP access. So for your different use cases, it will call the different MCP servers accordingly.
Kesigan, just a small reminder. We have four more minutes for the session.
Okay. Yeah.
Just a
Thank
reminder.
you for thanks for the reminder. So maybe if you guys have any questions, we can ask now. So I think I have covered most of the things. So model catalog, I will give a summarization quickly. So you have a model catalog which is supporting GitHub models and local models and your Microsoft Foundry models. And you can have the comparison on how you can evaluate the model outputs, how you can build agent, and when with the agent builder, how you can create your projects and the MCP server. You can come up with your own MCP or create your own MCP, and finally you can deploy this model into your Microsoft Foundry. Any questions from here? Any questions? Or maybe you can unmute yourself and post a query.
Yes, Kesigan, maybe the previous session they were asking what is MS Foundry, but I guess you have answered that question in this session.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. It was great having you, Kesigan. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Thank you so
I have
much.
also shared your profile on the chat, LinkedIn profile. Maybe anyone can reach out to you on any doubts and all.
Yeah, definitely. You can reach out to me anytime. I'm available. I'm very active user in LinkedIn. My LinkedIn URL I give it here. You can try it out, the information to share. So I'm going to give a homework for you, everyone. I'll give a workshop.
Yes, you were telling.
Yeah. So that is the outcome for this session. So you guys, please go ahead and try it out. So this is free, right? So you're not going to spend money for this. You can go ahead and have these extensions in your VS Code, and you can try. Don't need to have a Microsoft Foundry accounts. You can try everything from if you have the GitHub account, you can have your GitHub models from the VS Code and install these models and try it out how these models are working. And finally, you have the better confidence, then you can go and create Microsoft Foundry account, and you can go ahead and deploy by following all the instructions which is given in this workshop. Any questions? I have another minute. Can ask anybody.
Yeah. So, like you said, we do not have to have Foundry subscription. We can try this URL and locally test with some model. Is that right? That GitHub URL share.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
Yeah, you don't need to have a Microsoft Foundry account. Even though if you can create it. So I have shown, right? If you deploy some of the models in Microsoft Foundry, you can test it for the particular time. Later, you can go ahead and delete it. Okay, after you complete your experiments. So I do the same thing. For this demo, I have created a 4.1 mini model, which is already deployed in my Microsoft Foundry. I'll go and delete my resources to avoid any billings. You can also, that is one of the tip I would tell you. You can create a Microsoft Foundry account, but make sure that you are not going to get billed for that. Just for your learnings. Anything else? Okay, I think thank you so much. Thanks everyone for your
Yes,
time.
Kesigan.
I hope you had a better learning today. And don't forget to go back and try those homework for you guys. All the very best. Catch you all in another session. And thank you so much for providing this wonderful opportunity. Have a great day, everyone. Thank you.
Kesigan. Thank you. Yes. So, yes, now handing over it to the other moderator. Thank you for your time, all.
Yes, Diksha, thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm Vivek. I'll be taking over as the moderator from Diksha. Let me welcome all the new joiners for this session. Let me give an introduction about the sessions. So I welcome you all to the Global Microsoft Analytics Community Conference 4. This conference is proudly hosted by Hyderabad Data and AI Community and the India Microsoft Fabric User Group. We are excited to have an amazing lineup of speakers and technical sessions. And before we begin today's session, here's a quick update on the exciting community challenges and rewards. So we are conducting few challenges. So the first one is social media challenge. Second, DP600, DP700 voucher challenge, maximum sessions attended challenge, and best questions asked challenge. So there is a message pinned in the meeting chat. You can check that out for all the instructions, and please participate in that challenges. And there are amazing rewards like Amazon gift vouchers, DP600, 700 certification vouchers for the winners. So the first challenge, social media challenge, we'd love to see your excitement for the event. Share your I'm attending post on LinkedIn, X, Instagram, and other platforms, and paste that URL in the Google form that we have provided in the chat. And that will be considered for the final evaluation. And while you are posting, please tag India Microsoft Fabric User Group, Hyderabad Data and AI Community, and the organizers Adityaram Parisa, Bharat, and Amit Chandak. I request you all to go through the instructions in the message and participate in those challenges. And let me now welcome our speaker for this session and the topic for this session. So speaker for this session is Thomas Martens. He's a Microsoft Data Platform MVP and Solution Architect at Munich RE with over 25 years of experience delivering business intelligence, data warehousing, and analytics solutions. Thomas specializes in helping organizations tackle analytical challenges using Microsoft Fabric and Power BI. Alongside his full-time role, he also offers freelance consulting for data platform and analytics projects. Tom is a regular speaker at international conferences and user group meetings and co-author of the book Products with Power BI. And title of the topic for this session is Power BI X-Ray, a lens into your Power BI reports. So in this session, Thomas will introduce PBIR X-Ray, a Power BI-based framework that helps analyze and govern Power BI reports using the enhanced report format PBIR. He will demonstrate how report metadata can be transformed into actionable insights to track visuals, bookmarks, slicers, and other report elements at scale. So before starting off, everyone please post a good morning message or excited to attend the session message so that we can count your attendance for this session for the challenge. Please, everyone post a message in the group. And whenever you have a question, please post that question in the chat. We'll ask the speaker to answer them at the end or whenever he is free. So now I welcome the speaker. Thomas, over to you.
Hey everyone, thank you so much for attending this session and thank you for this kind introduction. So I just typed my good morning message. Hopefully it's I guess it's not that late, right? I'm based in Germany, so it's 8 a.m. in Germany. I guess it's 11:30 or something.
Yes, Thomas. Yes, it's 11:30 in India.
So with this said, I would say I start, if this is okay for you.
Yeah.
Yes, Thomas, just a small request. Could you please complete the session like 5 minutes or 10 minutes before so that we can take questions in the last 5 to 10 minutes?
I have this, let's say, there's a Q&A slide.
Okay.
And hopefully, if everything goes well, I will be there so that there are 5 to 6 minutes left for questions.
Sure, great.
So I start sharing my screen. This guy. And here we are. So before we start, or before I start demoing and diving into forgive me, I have to change something. What's this here? So this is my, to be honest, I do not know exactly. I guess this is my fourth attendance as a speaker for this conference. So, and it's incredible, or it's unbelievable to see how this conference has grown over the last couple of years. So, well done. And once again, thank you for having me as a speaker. And now I'm also going for the presentation mode. You can still hear me. You can still see my screen, right?
Yes, Thomas.
Perfect. So then let's go. This Power BI reports, X-ray stuff is, there are a couple of solutions that provide you different insights and things like that. What is used inside the report? So basically this solution is not unique, but still I think it's a little bit different. So what is the problem if we are looking why I'm doing this, right? So basically, the question is, what's inside a report, not from a content perspective. Instead, it's coming from, let's say, a technical perspective. This is also relevant if you want to enforce certain, let's say, best practices regarding content development, content presentation, or how it's currently called is data storytelling. So for this reason, it's important to understand what's currently inside your report and which visuals are actually used with which visual types, what bookmarks are used. I do not know if you are using bookmarks to create your reports, helping navigating between pages, using bookmarks to switch data visualization types from line chart to bar charts, things like that. Bookmarks are helpful, but on the other hand, I also consider them being evil because they can become stale, and if you do not have an idea about naming these bookmarks. And what is about slicers? Slicers also drive insight, but then are they synced across all the pages or not? So this is also something that might be helpful if you want to document, or a team wants to document their report, or also their, if there are more reports, create documentation, things, what is used, things like that. So I'm working for Munich Re, and we do not have 2 reports. We also do not have 5 reports. We have almost 75,000 reports spread across the entire organization. So what does this mean? If we are talking about reporting best practice, you can imagine that different people have different opinions about what is considered the best practice, blah, 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 blah. And it's also a good idea to understand, if someone, there's this saying that pie charts are evil, do not use pie charts. But now you want to understand if pie charts are used in your reports across the organization. So this is, let's say, this solution, as I call it, Power BI X-Ray, is the first step into doing this report analysis from a technical perspective at scale. So this is the first step. This runs perfectly fine. For now, if I want to understand a single report, this already is used by a couple of teams in my organization. So, and this is working fine. Next step is provide these teams with a solution that is able to read from Git or Azure DevOps if there are multiple commits of the same report, what is the difference, how does it has changed, and then finally doing this at scale, because we also want to understand how many reports are using this, let's say, paid custom vision, for example, or how many reports that are also frequently used, but this is a different story, are using pie charts, and how can we, as the team who is owning Power BI, we do not own the single solutions, but we are owning Power BI and Fabric. How can we improve report creation, the content, so that it's growing, or that the number of reports, if it's still growing also in the next 5 years, it's very likely. How can we support our colleagues, the teams, by providing, let's say, best practices, uses. So the problem, it's difficult to understand what is used inside a report. So then I will provide you an introduction into this PBIR thing. What is this, if you are not already familiar with that? So, and how do I do this? Or I'm using Power Query, so reading from reading these JSON files. So what's currently limits? Maybe it sounds a little bit it's not that limiting. The solution is not that limiting. And we have a little bit of Q&A. So that's it. Thank you still for staying until now. So now let's go ahead. The problem I already mentioned. So so if you have just one report, or if you're a small organization with 3 to 5 reports, then basically this is not a problem at all, because you can meet during lunchtime, talk about your experience developing. So, but we do not have 50 reports. We also do not have 5,000. We have 72K reports. And then it becomes difficult. So basically also we do not care what's inside from a content perspective, but because we do not own these, and we are happy about every new user creating report, because then we realize, even if in this age of agents, reports are still relevant, but it's important to understand how these reports are created from a technical perspective. So that's it, right? Because then we also can provide best practices, learnings, trainings that are fitting or that are a match to the evolution of our reporting landscape. So to be honest, I do not know exactly how many of you have ever looked in this PBIR. PBIR is a new report layout, how a report definition is stored inside the Power BI file. So if we are talking about the PBIX file, the extension, we all know that it's a zip archive, and if we are starting to migrate or using the Power BI project file format, then it becomes the zip archive from the PBIX is unpacked, and there are a couple of files inside the zip archive, and before PBIR or before the Tyndall structure, I was always considering people who have unpacked the zip archives, the PBIX, bold and some kind of superhero. So I was always a little bit hesitant. I do not want to interfere with that. But now with PBIR Tyndall, everything is JSON, and so this is really, really cool. The PBIP more or less, or PBIX or more or less, a single binary blob. With PBIR, with PBIP, now the PBIR file format that describes each single report page, each single visual that you are using on a report page. It also contains hints what theme is used, what visuals you have used, things like that. So, and basically from let's say from a nerdy, maybe probably also a little bit of a weird point of view, basically the folder structure is the schema of the report. And if you are now, it becomes more and more simple, easy to understand, analyze, and derive insight from this schema. So, but please be aware, I am heavily relying on PBIP because otherwise it's difficult to get to the PBIR file format. Both are currently not general available, meaning they are still in preview, but so this is in preparation for the things coming when PBIP, including PBIR and will be G8, and I expect this will happen sooner than later. So everything what I'm talking about is using PBIP to get to the PBIR. And again, if you are in a heavy regulated environment, as I am, you cannot use this currently at scale. You can share this with teams who are, let's say, bold enough, trust you, things like that, because the need for an documentation telling us what is used on these reports is more important than this GA thing. And I do not want to talk too much about theoretical things. For this reason, I pause a little bit and oops, the other thing of pause. And show you my wrong. So my little Mac with the Finder. Now I'm going somewhere to provide you a glimpse into this, let's say, PBIP file format, is the PBIR. And if we are looking at this, I'm here with my PBIP and I can see this PBIP is a project file format. And the file itself, the Power BI file name is X-ray sample data. And this PBIP become, if I'm saving a PBIX as PBIP, then there are two additional files that are, or folders that are created. One is name of the file, .report, and the other one is .semantic model. And currently we are, so this describes the semantic model. And if you ever have published a report to the Power BI service into a workspace, you know, publishing a PBIX file into a workspace make two items, artifacts appear inside the workspace. The semantic model and the report. And now you see these two artifacts are also, can be cleanly be separated by doing this. But if I'm now going for the report, I'm diving deeper. So basically there's a little bit of explanation and static reports, registered resources, shared resources, what's that? So it's the base theme that I'm using. And here I have other resources that I'm using. So basically these are themes that are available inside this folder structure, but I'm not currently using. And it's also about, let's say, this definition. This is the fun part. And so you see, I have a couple in my sample reports that I will show you also a little bit later. There are a couple of pages. Each page has this fancy rules. This is a page ID inside this report. And then there are pages that do not have visuals, what? And then there's this subfolder visuals. And each visual is represented by one of these fancy goods. And then there's the visual that is describing, this visual JSON is describing how this looks like. I will just show you once what we will then see if I'm opening this Visual Studio Code. What I see if I'm looking at a JSON that is representing a single visual on a given page, things like that, inside a given report. So basically, it becomes somehow readable. And if I'm bold enough, I can start moving JSON files around between pages. I also can become bold enough and create my visuals. Let's say my visuals, I can close them. Of course, I can close them like I can close Visual Studio. Please forgive me. I can create my JSONs programmatically. So if you have, if you have a strong heritage in Microsoft Analytics, Microsoft BI, you maybe also still remember good old reporting services that also had this incredible definitional language. These are the L files. And you can also think about creating your visuals, your reports programmatically. So because looking at this is simple, it's a structure. The only thing you have to know is how that needs to be structured that it becomes a report. And this is simple. But now I'm coming back to my presentation. So a little introduction, report, bookmarks, visual, and pages. So this is how it looks like. Probably I have spent more than 2 minutes. However, the folder structure becomes the data set. Now you're using Power Query. This makes it also very, very simple to extract information from this PBI R folder structure. So then the important thing is why do I use Power Query? Why I'm not using more fancy stuff? The simple reason is because I do not want that information about the definition, how we create our reports. I do not want that this leaves our parameters. Why is this folder thing such a good idea? And no database, things like that. because I do not have, at least not now. So of course this will change if we start looking at PBIR, meaning the report definition from a global enterprise perspective. Then all the local folders somehow have to become needs to be stored probably inside whatever store. But for now it's simple. I do not have any need for folder structures, and this is also does not change. Probably it becomes even more simple if I'm extracting this information from Azure DevOps or a Git repository. Everything is fine, but these two platforms, Git, Azure DevOps, are taking care of this infrastructure also from another very weird perspective. Git is a file server that provides me some extra tooling capabilities like creating copies, comparing copies of an item, moving these items around. So I do not have to take care about this structure. And all of this is, of course, possible in a created or in a managed way. So whenever I have a commit, there's a commit ID, and I can start comparing my Power BI report file. So if you're wondering why should I do compare Power BI report files between different commits, probably because you're also working in the site a regulated company, then maybe there are more requirements that you have to fulfill if it comes to documentation, things like that. So now let's a little bit of a demo. Once again, I'm leaving this, and here we are. Probably because you're also working in the site a regulated company, then maybe there are more requirements that you have to fulfill if it comes to documentation things. So now that's a little bit of a demo. So please, I stopped the presentation because I hear echo, and because I was considering.
You can continue, Thomas. It was background.
Yeah, so, but I was irritated. Stop, because I was thinking there's a question. But can you please make sure that everyone except me is muted? So
yeah, sure.
This was so. Please forgive me. Sharing again. So, and now coming back to my. Why isn't it working? So now you see this PBIR X-ray. There's a little disclaimer. I will also paste in a couple of seconds. I will paste the link to my Git repo where you can download this. And I'm very, very happy, more than happy, if you have comments, just raise an issue on GitHub if you want this, want that. So probably it takes me some time to react on this or build these things, because this is so it's not totally spare time. It's also somehow relevant for our company. So and now I'm having this And how does it work for now in this, let's say, single file lens? And it's important. So when I'm providing the second or the next step solution is, this is a single file solution, a single file documentation. But I'm also so next step, next iteration is about comparing two different reports that are either stored locally or are two commits either from different reports or from same report inside an Azure DevOps. So this is the next step. Currently, this is single file, and how it works. Basically, it's simple. Currently, there's a single file parameter that allows you to point to this .report on a file, and this file is currently the X stuff, the Power BI report, PBI, and now then I just hit refresh, and now the JSON file is read, and I have this report overview telling me, okay, this sample data Power BI report has 11 pages. There are 55 visuals, 7 slicers, 2 bookmarks, a couple of buttons, and also a lot of conditional formatting things. Maybe if you are trying this out later today or tomorrow or whenever, you might realize that a couple of things are missing. I was focusing on the things that throughout the years have created, let's say, some kind of request or have been challenging. This was about buttons, bookmarks, but also about conditional formatting. So maybe you miss things. Please let me know. Use this GitHub repository. And before I forget this, I will paste it. No, I will not paste it. I will paste it when I'm coming back. So page name, page ordinal, this is the ordering that determines how pages are ordered. So basically, I'm not looking, and this, what you see here, is the visualization is the visualization of this report that I'll open also as well. Waiting. So the PBI X-ray is showcasing data of this report. There's a disclaimer, an overview, all these things. And now if I'm coming back to this, so this report here has 11 pages. I see this. Currently there are 55 visuals and things like that. Now go away. So visual inventory, I can see what is used on which page. Page overview is this guy, disclaimer is that guy. So this is just a single visual. This page only has a single visual, and to be honest, this is a single visual. It's the HTML content light. One of my favorite favorite images because I'm visuals, because I'm creating a lot of visuals that are focusing on, or let's say, text heavy. And I think there's currently no better visual than this one. It's a custom visual, and it's also, let's say, it's now I've lost the, I can't remember the word. It's special because it's accepted by Microsoft. However, I forgot it. So it's not, this is weird. However, I also see what is used from a model perspective, what visuals are used, are using what. From a model perspective, I can see what is used by which visual. And this, of course, is, let's say, not that, if we have more, if there's one semantic model and we have a couple of reports that are sourcing or fetching data from that model, then we are talking about this thin report semantic model architecture type. And this is, of course, somehow, let's say, recommended to doing this way. And now we also want to understand sooner or later at scale if there are semantic models, that is one semantic model that is feeding hundreds of reports built by different teams. Then it also becomes, let's say, a little bit more important to understand. Are there parts that are not used by all these reports? So this is also something, and we have a slice analysis and things like that. You can read about this at the GitHub repo. And now, before I'm coming back, I first stop sharing, coming back to the presentation in a second. So I just saw your question. This is exactly the thing with. So first of all, this is the link to the repo, and if we are looking. So this, I guess, I'm not sure if we understand the second question, but maybe this second question is, I'm not sure what most used visual means, and most used page in the sense of usage telemetrics. Or do you want to use, please, maybe you can add some little bit more of information. But now I'm coming back to my last slides.
Thomas, maybe the user is asking what is the most used visual type in the report, if we can find out.
So if this is simple, because if the question is what is the most visual type in this report, there's a simple bar chart telling you are using 98 pie charts in this report. Unfortunately, you have just read my message on Jammer. Please try to avoid pie charts, something like that. This is in the over. You can see what visualization types are used in the report. This is part of the report. This is then simple. But I want to come back to my presentation. So last slides. Pages, visuals. This is exactly what you currently can see. So I'm doing Power BI report developing for quite some time. I consider myself being an experienced report developer. I say so for this for quite some time. So now slicers are helping us to shape the data story, what we are telling. And this is a glimpse into what I want to see if I create some kind of analysis that is spanning multiple reports. In this example, let's say,
are you sharing anything?
Pardon, what?
Is there anything being shared? I can't see anything.
You're not sharing your screen, Thomas.
Why not? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me why I'm not doing this. So this probably also explains why I am. So are you able now to see sheets?
Yes, we can see it.
But it's the background picture. Yeah, now we see the slide. Yeah.
So sorry. Please forgive me. So this explains why I am a data platform MVP and not a Teams MVP. I'm so sorry. So this answers questions. What is used for this report? This, of course, becomes probably more interesting, answering questions about if you're doing this at scales, what is the most used visual type across 75? So I have no idea what is the most visual type across almost 75,000 reports. I'm afraid it's the pie chart or the do not chart. Currently we are not there yet, but I'm afraid a bit of that. So here, this is what I want to also to answer, because it's also important to understand. Here I'm looking at 4 different reports, and this needs to become an output, because let's say if you're working with lake houses, then or whatever, you have heard about this term schema drift or schema evolution. The schema of a data set, a table, is changing over time. And I icon this which slicers have drifted, because slicers are fueling our data stories. And is there slicer drift? Because this is important to understand why reports are used more often, or so this is also in the future. What do I see and what it doesn't? So I do not, and also do not intend to scan for telemetry. This is a completely different story. I do not want this PBI X-ray will never ever become able to answer these questions about telemetry. It's only folder visibility, not is this report used or not. This is a completely different story. It's not this is not the task of PBI X-ray. PBIR X-ray, sorry. So it's a static snapshot. This is also, it's not live. And this is also for a good reason, because I will align this with, let's say, the trusted store of artifacts, Azure DevOps or Git. And before it becomes live, there needs to be some kind of X-raying or also documentation. And also this might be the answer. So if you're using PBI X-ray, it does not tell you if this is a good report or a bad report. Good or bad in the sense of is this able to transport, to convey the story the report also wants to create. This is not the thing. It's telling us it's there, it's using a donut chart, and maybe this is the one and only place where this donut chart is a good visualization type. So and now we are back for Q&A. So I also will share the, I will also add this presentation to the GitHub repo. That the link to the GitHub repo is in the chat. And it's also very important that please try it out. There are a couple of things inside the PBIR, inside Power Query that I do not consider. I consider it advanced. So maybe if you go to this PBIR file, the X-ray file, then you will consider things like that. Yeah, so these are hints where you might look, and maybe these are also things that will help you in other Power Query things like that. There's a table unused. This slide explains why it's unused. And before you leave, there is a lot of community challenges throughout this conference. And if you want to take part and go there and have fun, right? So this is said, now I'm stopping presenting, coming back to the Teams chat, probably answering questions. There's still a couple of minutes of time. Thank you all for attending. And now I try to stop sharing. Stop sharing. And now I should be back to Teams.
Yes, Thomas. Thank you for the amazing session. So people, let's ask any questions if you have. Thomas is here to answer.
Yeah, hi Thomas. Hello everyone. So I did post 3 questions there. So I'm interested to know, we have a big semantic model like I mentioned, and that model feeds multiple reports. Now what happens, like when we change a measure in that semantic model, we sometimes want definitely make sure like reports are not broken. So is there any way that we can plot the lineage between a measure and how many reports are using that particular measure?
So there are two simple answers. currently PBI X-ray is not able to answer this. The next release of PBI X-ray is definitely able to answer this. Unfortunately, I cannot, so this is, let's say, some kind of pet peeve, but this is exactly the question that drives is at the, let's say, forefront for PBI X-ray, because this is amazingly important.
Yeah.
So this will be answered by a future version, let's say 3 to 4 months, and then you can answer this using PBI X-ray, because if there's one large semantic model and 20, 30, 100 reports, if everything, it's a single team, right? And then they can all meet at lunch or come together in the office or whatever. If these teams are spread across continents, this becomes more difficult. And for this reason, this is one of the most important questions. Currently not, but it will. What is the most used visual type? This is currently one.
Yeah. Thanks so much. I would wait for second version. So if I can voice over to my second question, what I meant there, like there are multiple pages in a large report, and we want to see which of those page are most utilized, or let's say a particular visual in that page is most utilized. And the reason is like when you want to migrate a report, we want to prioritize. So we basically want to see the uses of a particular visual. Is it possible?
No. This is not possible. This is not possible more or less at all, because there is no easy way to find out what of the reports pages are used. So there are a couple of custom or third parties. So this Power BI X-ray is also used, must be considered a third party, because I did it, even if I use in Power BI. It's not easy to track this, and this kind of what is the most important page from this 7, what are the most important pages, the most important 100 pages across almost 75K reports, because we want to migrate from here to there. These are the most important pages. No, I do not do anything regarding telemetry, and I will also not do this. This is for, let's say, something that is related to compliance, German laws, blah, 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 because it's, so whatever, telemetry is not, so, and the third question, yes, you can just change the variable that is pointing to the dot report stuff of, yes, sure, you can just paste the path to the Power BI report, but this is also explained how to do that inside the report. So, and this is sad. I'm so sorry. I guess this for talking that long, that slowly. This is sad. Thank you for joining my session. And all the moderators. Thank you for helping me out through this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Thomas. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. Again, let me one more time give an introduction of this conference for the new joiners, and I'll hand it over to the speaker of the next session. Welcome to the Global Microsoft Analytics Community Conference 4. This conference is hosted by Hyderabad Data and AI Community and the India Microsoft Fabric User Group. Before we begin today's session, a quick update on the community challenges. So we are running 4 challenges with exciting rewards. Social Media Challenge, DP 600-700 Voucher Challenge, Maximum Sessions Attended Challenge, Best Questions Asked Challenge. So for the maximum sessions attended and best questions asked challenges, we have Amazon vouchers, 2 Amazon vouchers for each challenge. So please participate, fill the forms. For social media challenge, fill the form today only. It is valid only till today. Tomorrow the social media challenge won't be available. For maximum sessions attended challenge, for DP 600-700 voucher challenge, best questions asked challenge, you can fill the form only after tomorrow's last session. That is from 6 p.m. IST on 10th till 11 p.m. IST on 11th. So please find the pin the message in the Teams chat and go through the instructions and please participate in the challenges. And while you're posting in social media, please tag India Microsoft Fabric User Group, Hyderabad Data and AI Community, and our organizers Adityaram, Bharat, and Amit Chandak. Now, let me introduce our speaker of the next session. So our next speaker is Shubham Raj. He's an application engineer at Hexaview Technologies with expertise in data engineering, Microsoft Fabric, Power BI, and PySpark. He's a Fabric Community super user, 4 times Microsoft Certified Professional, and Databricks Certified Data Engineer. He's passionate about solving real-world data challenges. He actively shares insights on data engineering, analytics, and AI through the tech community and LinkedIn. The topic of the session is Automate Ingestion to Report Refresh with Fabric Pipeline. In this session, Shubham will demonstrate how Microsoft Fabric pipelines can be used to automate the complete workflow from data ingestion to report refresh. He will cover building orchestration pipelines, adding email notifications, handling common challenges related to monitoring, debugging, and refresh dependencies. So again, I'll request all of you to put a message like hello, excited for the session, so that we can mark your attendance for the challenge. Please do that, and I'll hand it over to the speaker, Shubham.
Yes, thank you so much for this warm welcome. I hope my voice is clearly audible.
Yes, Shubham, you're audible.
I'm not getting option to share my screen. Can you please enable that for me?
Oh, okay, just a second.
Meanwhile, that option is enabling. Let me open my camera first.
Yeah. Try sharing your screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is visible.
Yes. Hello, everyone. So my name is Shubham. I work as an application engineer at Hexaview Technology. So the topic on which I'll give the presentation is the streamline the data ingestion to report refresh using the Fabric pipeline. So thank you so much, Amit, Bharat, and the whole Hyderabad Data Analytics community and India Microsoft Fabric User Group for giving me this opportunity to demonstrate my knowledge and like educate the folks. Yep. So like what is the problem statement for today? As per the session title, we are like trying to solve solve the refresh problem. Like for example, there is one data ingestion pipeline, there is one data flow Gen 2, there is one semantic model. All are dependent on each other. So once the data come from the source system, the pipeline should run. Then the data flow Gen 2 should run. Then only the semantic model should run. So managing each item independently is very like complex. It is very hard to set up like a refresh time for each item so that it will run one after another. So there is one problem, time complexity. It is very hard to coordinate between the times. Second, if the semantic model runs without the updation of the code layer, for example, if a data pipeline fails and there is no data in the code layer and the report refresh, so stakeholder will like point out why the data is not refreshed. So it is very important that we only refresh the semantic model once we have the data in the code layer. So we are trying to solve this problem as well using this approach. Then suppose there is a like complete ingestion from pipeline to refresh. There is no email notification which will give the complete information of each of the item refreshing independently. So by using this solution, we will have a single email notification which will give the information of each of the items, whether it is successfully refreshed or not. And the last one is debugging. So for example, your sales pipeline failed and your report get refreshed. So in in a normal case, you have to like open like items individually and check how it is failed and solve there. But in this, we can get the information at a single place and debug there. So what is our solution? What we will discuss today and what I am trying to demo today. So we will have a single fabric pipeline, which we will use ingest to refresh the data flow Gen 2. Suppose we are using the lakehouse for the data storage. We maintain that lakehouse as well using the lakehouse maintenance activity and refresh SQL endpoint activity. Then we will refresh the semantic model. We will refresh the report on that pipeline. And then we will set up an email notification, which will like send the notification for each of the individual items, whether they are successfully refreshed or not. Right. Then by like doing this, we will have the single orchestration point of all the items. We will have the email alert on success or the failure. We will have a full control over the refresh sequence. So it will only refresh after this. It will only refresh after this. It will only refresh after this. And as I said, the debugging will also get easier. So in the demo, I try to replicate a real world scenario. So the demo I'll show you have a situation where there is a retail company which is getting their return data through an Excel file, and it is stored in a SFTP server, and they are getting the sales data from like order detail, product, customer through an pipeline and from an SQL server. And we are saving all the data in the warehouse, Fabric warehouse, and it is called a reporting warehouse. The problem which we are talking about, that ingestion of the cell from the SQL server, refreshing the Power BI report, loading the data in the warehouse, there is no coordination between them. There is no visibility on the failure at a single place. And our solution will be a master pipeline that will run sequential the data flow Gen 2, the copy data activity, the warehouse, and then trigger the Power BI report refresh. Yep. So first, let me explain the terms and concepts we are going to understand in the demo. So first we have the data flow gen 2. It is all know that it is a cloud-based ETL tool where we can ingest data like flat files or connect to any system to get the data and ingest to any destination like lakehouse, warehouse, and any other supported destination. Then we are using the copy data activity, which is the activity in the Fabric pipeline, which just copy the data from the source and copy to the destination. Then we are using an ingestion pipeline. It is a child pipeline, which we are going to orchestrate in the master pipeline, and it will copy all the data, sales data, order data, product data from the source to a SQL server, and then SQL server to the our reporting warehouse. Then we have a reporting warehouse where we collect all the data and then try to create a report on that reporting warehouse. We have two reports for this scenario. And last, we have a master pipeline that will orchestrate all of the items, dependent items, which we are going to do. And this is basically, you can say, a demo. We can orchestrate anything. Like I tried to simplify things and used only basic items to orchestrate. You can orchestrate any item in this pipeline which are supported and get the result. So let me share my screen again with the Fabric environment to start the demo. Yep. I hope my screen is visible. Yep. So as we discussed, we have ingestion pipeline. What it is doing, it is just copying the sales data from the source to our reporting warehouse. You can see here the reporting warehouse. So it is a child pipeline which I am talking about. And then we have a data flow gen 2, which is picking up the return data from the SFTP server and loading into the reporting warehouse for the reporting purposes. Then we have a reporting warehouse, which is nothing but just collecting all the data for the reporting and analytics purpose. And then we have the Power BI report, which is connecting with the warehouse and creating the report on the top of the warehouse. So as I said, like managing the refreshes of all the each items, like independently will become very complex, and there are dependencies as well. So once the ingestion pipeline then only the report should refresh, and the daily sync is also important. Like the return data is daily data, so the sales data is daily data. So we should compare the return data and the sales data at a single time. So there are many dependencies will be there. So that's where our solution will come, and that will orchestrate all of these items at a single master pipeline and run all of the dependent items one after other and give the email output of the status of each of the items. Let's start with the demo. Before moving to a demo, I just want to ask if anyone have any questions or like want to understand what we are going to do.
Feel free to ask questions, everyone. It's an interesting topic. I think Shubham, you can continue.
Yep.
We'll have a Q&A session at the end for 5 to 10 minutes.
Yep. Let's start to create the pipeline. Let's name it final master pipeline. Yep. So we have a canvas. Let's start adding the items. First, we have to ingest data, sales data from the SQL database to our reporting warehouse. We are using the invoke pipeline. As I said, we are already ingesting that data using a child pipeline. Let's add that here. And here is the child pipeline. Now we have to get the return data, and the return data we are getting from the data flow Gen 2. Then we will orchestrate that as well. Now we have to select the workspace in which that data flow in, and then select that data flow Gen 2. Right. Next we have the semantic models. So before moving to the semantic models, I want to explain two activity more here, because those two activities are also important when we are trying to implement this solution. So these two activities are lakehouse maintenance activity and then refresh SQL endpoint activity. So why I am explaining this? So when implementing this solution, there is a chance that we are using the lakehouse instead of warehouse to storing the final data for reporting. So Microsoft Fabric just announced these two new activity, I think 2 months back, to help user to orchestrate some of the manual tasks or some of the tasks which we have to do like using the custom script natively. So let's talk about this. Refresh the SQL endpoint activity. So in the warehouse, we don't have the SQL endpoint and we will get the updated data as the pipeline run. But in the warehouse, in the lakehouse, there is a SQL endpoint which is sync after like some time, for example, 10 minutes back after the data refresh in the lakehouse. So this activity, what it will do, it will refresh the SQL endpoint right away when this pipeline runs. So for example, your data is in lakehouse and you have a Power BI report on top of it. So, and a pipeline run to update that lakehouse table. So if there is no SQL endpoint refresh, and if that semantic model refresh just after that pipeline activity, which load the data in the lakehouse, there might be a chance that your semantic model will not get updated with the updated data because the SQL endpoint will not get refreshed automatically. So by this activity, when you orchestrate in your pipeline, that will refresh that SQL endpoint right away before loading the semantic model. Then there is a lakehouse maintenance activity. In lakehouse, we have the data tables, and the maintenance of the data tables is very important. So by enabling this activity, by using this activity, we will maintain the lakehouse. For example, there are many like smaller files in the lakehouse which we are using to, which the data table used to populate the data. So it will delete the unused unreferenced file, which is like making the lakehouse operations slow. So it will delete that unreferenced file, and it will also collate the small files in a larger file. It will also improve the query performance of the lakehouse. So Fabric announced this two activities, and I believe these are the most important activity if we want to orchestrate all of the items which we are using in a single pipeline. So let me remove these two for the time being. So where we are at like a data flow gen 2 to getting the data return data. So by running this activity, we will have the sales data in the warehouse. We will have the return data in the warehouse. Now comes to the reporting. So to refresh the report, we will add the semantic model in the same pipeline. So let's name it report. We have to select the connection, we have to select the workspace, and we have to select the semantic model we want to refresh. And we will join the activity by on completion. So whether this activity failed or success, it will refresh that. There is an option we can connect on fail as well. So the pipeline will stop when something fails. So it is all depend on the business requirement and the architecture we want to follow. Then we will add one more semantic model. Report. We need to add the second semantic model. I hope it's fine. We can select the exact table if we want to select only selected tables from a semantic model. Like that is not possible through a normal refresh, I guess. Yep. Then we can add the Teams activity or the outlet activity to get the notification for the Teams. Let's set up this as well. Yep, I think everything is in place. Let's validate it and check if there is any problem or not. Yep, the pipeline is validated. So before refreshing this, I just want to say that this will fail Outlook activity because this is a dummy like demo account and there is no email associated with this account, and so that's why I can't like schedule an email. But in your environment, in your prod or development environment, you will get the refresh of the Outlook to set up correctly. Let's validate it and again, and let's run it. So what it is doing first, it will invoke the sales pipeline, which we are using to get the data, sales data, customer data, product data, and every data from the source to the reporting warehouse. It will take around 1 minute to complete. Then it will trigger the second one to get the return data from that SFTP file using the data flow gen 2. And after this activity, all of the data will stored on the warehouse or lake house whenever, like whatever we want to select, right? So after that, the report got refresh. So, like this is a very like basic items we have selected for the demo because we don't want to complicate the demo, and we can replicate this solution like this like method in any environment in which we are using any of the activity to get the data, or we have to run the store procedure, we have to like run as many as notebook, we have to like if we are getting the data from API, we can ingest the notebook. We can run the notebook as well here. So should not take more than 3 minutes. Uh, I'm ingesting only 20 rows for the demo, but don't know why it is taking. I believe this is a free file. That's why it is taking so much time, but it will get successful. Yeah, we have the succeed status. So the first activity ran successfully. Now it is getting the return data from the Excel file and storing it on the warehouse. Now the return data is also stored on our reporting warehouse. Then after the report will start with refresh. This makes sure that each item is dependent on each other, and the next item will only get triggered after completion. The report got refreshed as well. Now refreshing the second report. The second report also get refreshed. This will fail, as I said, but in your environment, this should not fail if you set up it correctly. And this email is very important. Like if you want to track all of the activity, if it is failed or is not refreshed correctly, if there is an error with any of the item, you will get that notification, error notification, the reason for that, and easily debug each item and inform the stakeholder as well, like this item has failed, I am working on it, like that. So this helps to like clear the confusion as well. in working in a like complex environment. So this is failed, right? So by implementing this at a single time, we can save our like time as well, like to get into each item setting and set up the refresh as well. I think the demo is complete. If anyone have any question regarding the demo, we can accommodate that.
So Shubham, are you done with the demo?
Yep, I have some slides remaining. I'm done with the
Okay.
demo. We can accommodate the questions for the demo if any.
Okay. Hey, hello everyone. If you have any questions, please ask. And I guess there are no questions. So maybe you can go through the slides.
Yes. Let me share the slides again. Yep. So let's discuss the key takeaways from this demo or session, you can say. So we have orchestrated a pipeline with all of the items. Like we ingested the sales data, we ingested the return data, and using the Fabric pipeline, we have eliminated the manual scheduling each of the item. We can schedule the lakehouse maintenance. We can schedule the SQL endpoint refresh. We can schedule the cementing model in an automated flow. Then we can enforce the data freshness sequencing. So the reports will only get refreshed after the data has been updated on the code layer. So there is no chance of like stale data or not updated data. And if there is a chance, if there is a stale data, we can update prior to the business that there is a problem in a pipeline, there is a problem in a item, and the report will not have the updated data. There is no confusion between the business and the data team. Then we can add the email notification, and adding the email notification, getting the email notification in a format which you want. It is not possible if we put the refresh on the each item individually, but in this manner you can customize the email notification output as you want. What you want to show to the customer, what do you want to show to the business, what do you want to show to the dev teams. You can customize the email notification using that Outlook email activity. And the main concern is like debug and monitor. Like it is not necessary that everything will run successfully every time. There are a time like where anything failed without any reason. We don't know why it is failed, and the business does not want that. Like they don't want any failures on the reporting side, any miscalculation, any data inconsistency on the report. So managing all of the item at a single place can help us to debug more fastly and help us to monitor the current items more easily as compared to refreshing or as compared to managing the items individually.
Touch your shoulder, push up,
Right.
touch your shoulder, push up, touch your knee, push up, touch your knee, push up, touch your feet, push up.
This is about to end. of this session. Uh, you can connect me over a LinkedIn if you have any doubt or if you want to just replicate this scenario on your end. Happy to help, and I'm happy to answer if you have any question, any suggestion, or any like use case you have in mind that you can replicate it, or if you're using the same method in your organization or on your system. I'm like open to like hear from you guys.
Shubham, please share your LinkedIn profile in the chat. They can like users can use your LinkedIn.
Yep, I'll share just after the session, or I share it right away. I dropped my LinkedIn. I hope everything will got that.
Thank you, Shubham. Thank you so much for the session, and it has been insightful.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. Thank you so much.
So so guys, till 1:30 we have some time to take a break. The next session is at 1:30. So till then you can hang on in this call and just take a break. And when the time is 1:30, you can like uh, open the laptop and listen to the session. Thank you.
Did this session end it now?
Yes, sir. He has completed earlier and left.
Okay, and is the next. So who's the next? And meanwhile, I think we can keep in. You can have the open Q and A if somebody has the questions around Fabric or Power BI while the Danny is joining in. You can ask those. This is the next session is going to be the last session before lunch. We'll break for another hour. So if you have some questions somebody's having, we can wait for the 20 minutes. We'll pause here.
Okay.
Meanwhile, what I'm going to do, I'm going to do stop recording and start it again so that we can get the one part of the recording.
Yeah, sure.
Hey, I think Danny has joined. Let me make him presenter.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, I'll make you presenter. So the last session finished a little early, so we have some time. Meanwhile, you can check your screen setup. Let me make you presenter.
Yeah, I can share. So let's see.
Yeah, YouTube live is not paused, so that is ongoing. But yeah, this one is paused. We'll start the recording once. Okay, moderators, we can start inviting people on the group, and me probably I think we can start intro 5 minutes early.
Okay.
Because anyway, after this we have a break, so let's inform that we are starting a session. Hope then you are presenter now.
Yeah, just trying to get which screen I need side by side. If I click window, it doesn't do it. Why? I just want to share my full screen. Strange. Let me try it.
You know how going to chat.
I think we can start with the introduction. Meanwhile, others are joining.
Yes, sir. Yeah. So, hello all. So the speaker for the current session is Danny Kruge. He's a Microsoft Data Platform MVP with robust background in SQL Server and over a decade of
Vivek, we lost you.
Yeah, it's gone quiet. Shall I take over? I can get going.
Yeah, I think Danny, you can take over.
Yeah, the fun can start. Set my timer as well, so then I know how much time I have to talk. But thank you for joining all. I see quite a few little blobs around the screen, so thank you for joining. I'm currently not far from Amsterdam, so in the Netherlands, which is nice because you guys are from also the India Microsoft Fabric User Group. This presentation's already been done to the Dutch Fabric User Group, which I help out, which you can see that's why the F is like a Dutch flag. I don't run that community, but I partnered with them to bring a community day recently. But let's kick it off. So, this presentation is mainly about real-time intelligence, and everything you're going to see, you can do yourself. And I'll show you how and show you where to find that information. But I made the title as well, and it's either like there's been two titles of this, and you've got the is this just real time, or is it just fabric or fantasy? I found out recently another MVP is doing one with the exact same title. Oh no, not MVP, just another speaker. Sorry, but yes, who am I? I'm originally from England, but I now live in Holland or Netherlands, however you want to call it. I've been here 10 years and I hardly speak Dutch, but I'm still here. There's a lot of English-speaking people here, so you don't have to learn the language, but you should. I'm currently a mission-critical engineer for a company called Schuberg Philips, which is a Dutch company. Being a mission-critical engineer, what does it mean? We only look after customers that can afford zero downtime. So mission critical being they have to be highly available across data centers, across regions, everything like that in Azure, AWS or on-prem. I've done on-prem and Azure, and mainly I'm a data guy, but I also do infra platform engineering, SQL DBA work, and I've touched upon Data Factory and Fabric and everything like that. So I do a lot of different things. But my core specialty is a SQL DBA. I did that for many years in the UK. So I started off as a junior SQL DBA and moved to Amsterdam, where I worked for a company called Albelly. and moved on to Schuberg Phyllis. I also run Azure Heroes, which, there's a logo on my shirt. Azure Heroes in the Netherlands, that's my user group, which is going really well. And for the community day, we joined 3 different communities to bring that one live, which is pretty cool. I'm an MVP and also Redgate community ambassador. Okay, enough about me. If you want to hear more about me, there's videos online where I talk a lot about myself, but this is not about me. This is about the cool stuff. So what we're going to go through, what does real time actually mean? What does it mean for you? What does it mean for me? And we'll kind of go through that. A deep dive into the capabilities of what real-time intelligence can do, or RTI. You'll see that acronym floating around because it's easier to pronounce than just real-time intelligence every time. I have demo and choosing the right real-time for your business. And hopefully we have time for a Q&A. It'll be cool if you guys have any questions. Please don't hold on to your questions. If you have a question, just fire it. Put your hand up if you can raise your hand in this Teams call. Please ask it, because then I can go through it with you immediately. So before I hit that slide, I keep saying this because I've been using that image, which you may have just saw many times, and Microsoft started using it. So if you went to FabCon or SQLCon in Atlanta or saw some of the keynote or so forth, they showed that image. Why do I show it? I've been showing it for years, and the reason is because many people come to me to ask, okay, Danny, but how do I get into doing data? What do I need to know? What tools should I use, etc.? When you look at how many tools are out there like this, it is mental. And this is an image from 2023. So you can imagine now how many are actually in the current state. There's just so many. And if you want to try and master all these and be this overall data engineer or so forth, it's impossible. So what I always say is become a master of something. So I'm really good with DBAs and SQL Server. That's my foundation. And what we use at Schuberg is like a T-shaped model as an engineer. So that's my foundation. And then you branch off from that and you learn different skills on top. For me, it's like Azure actual engineering, so platform engineering and all different parts around there. I'm not a master at it, but I know enough about it to actually take on the work and do it. If you're trying to take on everything which is going on right now, it's impossible. Find your core specialty, even in Fabric itself. If you're really good with like RTI, then start learning about other things, because you've got Data Factory, you've got Power BI, you've got RTI. I don't need to go on the whole list, but there's a ton of stuff going on in Fabric. If you're only just getting started, please focus on one area. Otherwise, you're just trying and absorb too much. Okay. So, what is real time for you? Why I ask this question is because everyone has their own interpretation of what that meaning is. And normally it's coming from the business. So someone wants their report and they want it real time. But what does that mean? What is real time for them versus what it is for you? Me, as an expert, that means you want it real time. You want it now. As soon as that event's made, you want to see that being shown. If not, so what would it be if the end user is asking you, Mr. or Mrs. Manager? They have their own meaning behind that. And I hopefully can give you some questions and so forth to find out what they actually mean by that. Because maybe their real time is meaning when that report they click load, it shows the data there for them, but it could be half an hour later. As in like the data is from 30 minutes ago, and that's fine for them. Or they want to load that report once a day. How many times is that report or dashboard even used per day? And how critical is the data to be in there? All different things. And don't worry, there is some slides which you can take a photo of. So then you have these sort of things to remember when you're going through that. But in my personal opinion, if someone says they want real time, I'm thinking like going very low seconds, sub-second. That's my kind of real time data. Okay. And it's sort of what I've just been going through. What does the business mean when they say this? And these are different questions you have to ask, because the problem is if you start doing it on your opinion of what real time is, you might not be in synchronized with them. And they're saying, okay, but I want real time. But their definition could be, okay, I need it to load the data every 12 hours. If you're building a real-time system, it's a lot more complex than it is if you're doing a batch load of every 12 hours. You need a lot more optimization. You need a lot more throughput to do it in that case. And normally, if you're doing real time, it's more critical data that you need to see, fraud detection, for example. But if you're doing it every 12 hours, that's more of a data warehouse. I'm from the SQL world. That's my kind of like expertise. So please make sure you find out what they actually mean when they go through that. And we'll get to some questions you can use later. So some of the different versions of what could be defined in their real time. You have batch, and most people know what this is if you're working with data. It's normally like the old school way, which is still used heavily today, is actually loading quite heavy batch loads of data from one warehouse to another or so forth. It's like bulk loading of data. Most people know this, and this is like the most common way I see. The second most common way I see is the micro batch. And what that it basically essentially means is more incremental loading. It's less of the big, massive, it takes like 4 hours of loading data. This is more incremental, so it could take a few minutes to load it. It could take half an hour. It's not taking hours. Streaming, that's the seconds. That's where you're doing the real-time stuff, and you're actually, all the events are flying in, and the less processing you do, the faster it will work. It kind of makes sense, and I'll go through that a bit more. Where the batch-driven stuff, the micro batch, you could do a lot more transformations and everything like that. When it comes to streaming, you just literally want to fly that data in as fast as possible, if possible. If the data is not in a good state where you need to transform it, that's already slowing down the pipeline of getting it through. That's something you also need to understand. If that is not in your control, there's not much you can do about it. You need to then be speaking to a third party or so forth to ask them to clean up the data in a readable state. Yes. Does someone have a question? Oh no, I don't know. Okay, I'll continue. If you have a question, please raise your hand or put a comment in it. I'm not sure if you're asking a question or not, but I'll continue. What there is online as well. So you've got this little image that I showed before. Furthermore to that, there's a guy who did a course by Zach Wilson, a very famous guy on LinkedIn doing a lot about data engineering. He did his course and he made these images out of it. These are online, they're all around. If you want to take a photo of this, you can. But the guy's down the bottom called Albert Campillo. He's a really nice guy on LinkedIn as well, who I've spoken to a few times. But he did this to make it easier to understand these different methods of getting real-time data in, using different tools, etc., to make it break down for you to understand as well, which I'll go through each one of those in different slides so you can try and understand the differences. But he's also done, like you can see on the left side, the latency versus on the right side, the engineering complexity. And the higher, the faster the data needs to be, streaming-wise, the more complex your system is. It makes sense. You're really trying to fire those events through. It's a lot harder to do. But then the streaming we're talking milliseconds. That's like in my opinion, real time. If you're working with Fabric's kind of real-time intelligence, they can't really, I've not seen it be ever hitting that kind of low sub-seconds. There is claims of it being less than a second for some of the game simulations they've done, I think 800 milliseconds. The fastest I've seen is 4 seconds, just below there. So please be aware of that. If you need to go sub-second, maybe RTI in Fabric is not for you. You need your own system where you can control a lot more granular stuff. This is good if you want to do the real-time one, but not the streaming of sub-second ways. Even with real-time here, you're talking milliseconds going in seconds. You're still pushing the boundary of what the definition is, just to be clear. But to go into one of these, this is what I said before with a batch. So it goes in how batch loading would work and how you would actually get it. So it's more like the nighttime refreshes you do. If it's like early hours of the morning and you have this massive load come in, the old school way of doing it, which is still used heavily today, even though I say old school. Micro batch the more incremental loads, and it typically is going through maybe every 4 hours rather than every 12 hours or anything like that. It's just a bit more incremental loading on that part. Nothing more changes in that sense. You're just loading more deltas rather than probably a truncate and flip that table or data set in. You have near real time. What I will show is a near real time one in a demo, which is using Data Factory. That is just then copying data in, and in that use case, I'm going to like a crypto on a API. You have free APIs online where you can find out like Bitcoin prices, Ethereum prices. I use that demo because I can easily connect it up, and I've done that for Data Factory many times. And I can show you in Fabric that it's just a copy activity that works from source to destination every 2 minutes. Maybe that's fine for the use case, and that's a lot easier to set up, and you've got monitoring in place on the pipeline, and I can show how it goes through. And then you've got a bit more time window to also play with compared to event streaming. And why I say it's also less complex and also less costly, because you have a lot less compute going through, which we'll get into further on. So near real time is normally a very good use case rather than trying to go straight into the real time. What you have here then is the real time. This is what Fabric can sort of nearly achieve, pushing it when I'll show you the watermark delay, because this is a network time is 100, 200 milliseconds. The thing with the network is you're reliant on Microsoft. You don't have control over that. So they have their own compute, obviously capacity units. Anything in that capacity could also stop or be a noisy neighbor towards your event stream. So you need to be aware of that when you're designing how your capacities are. I'm not going to go into that now, but using capacity units and how much is going there, you need to be aware how critical this part is, because maybe it needs its own capacity. So just to be clear on that. And then you have the streaming, and this, for me, when you're talking about real time, this is what it really would be. This is where you fly the data in, and there's only minimal use cases which use this, and that can be fraud detection. And for the company I work for, which is, we have like 60 customers, and the largest enterprise customers in the Netherlands, there's only really 2 or 3 use cases for any of those customers currently, which we're actually doing. Most of it is either near real time or micro batch, like incremental loading. Nothing to do with real streaming of data super fast, other than the fraud detection, stuff like that. Okay, hopefully that gives you an indication of the different types which you can use. And these are also helps you understand what, if the business has these certain requirements, you can try and figure out, okay, if they need this data this far, we can use one of those versions of it. Cool. Further on, what you also have is the how much data could be ingested per second. This is in the Microsoft documentation. So why I show this, if you're dealing with insane amount of data, large amounts of data, if you're talking about like a Facebook or Google or even Microsoft events and stuff like that, what they probably have going on in the background, this is only limited to this amount of data that can go through. So if you are doing super amounts of data, you're also going to push the throughput of what they're not capable of doing in RTI. But this shows the different parts in there, so you can know, okay, this is how much data we expect to come through every second. If it's over the 100 megabits per second or megabytes per second, you're going to struggle because they're not catering for that. So please be aware of that. Even if your capacity unit is the largest, you probably want to have a conversation with Microsoft to see if you can actually, that can be achieved. If you're lower than this, yeah, you're fine. And you can figure out then what to choose if you need the high, low, medium throughput level. But just to be clear, there are limitations in that. So I mentioned the watermark delay. If you don't know what it is, it looks like this. I'll actually show you in Fabric how it looks. But basically, this is when the event started and when it got ingested, not when the user is viewing it. I go through different terms, which I'll show you. So this makes a bit better understanding of like latency, processing time, and freshness of the data. And I'll explain those. I've got slides about it. So don't worry if that doesn't make sense right now. But the watermark delay, this is basically how you can see if you're having delays on the data coming in. If there is delays, it's not that easy to figure out what's going on. Why? Because there's many different places you would need to look and think about. Is it from the third party, which is having a delay coming in? Was it on a network level? Where you'd normally be looking, if you have a capacity on there, is the capacity metrics overview, I think it's called, the app. And then you're trying to distinguish, okay, what happened at that point in time, which could have caused this? Because normally, if you're using event streaming capabilities, it's normally critical data or events that you really want to capture as soon as possible. And if that starts being delayed by a minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, who knows what that costs towards the company? So you should also put some alerts in place if this goes over a certain threshold or have these different things in there, just to be, so you set it up. So if you're aware ahead of time, because why I say ahead of time, ahead of the end users finding out. You don't want to be in a situation where the end users are the one telling you it's delayed. You should already be aware of that. Okay. And I'll go through that where you can find that in there. But there has been a case where I've seen this go to 1 to 2 minutes, and trying to find out why is very hard. I'm speaking to other MVPs about it as well to try and see the best way to actually find this out, of where to look and so forth. Normally, it can be to do with how much resources are being used in the capacity unit. So it's good to check if there's anything else running on there. Was Data Factory running on there? Was end users heavily using reports? That's where you really need to think about the design of your capacities. Okay. So I mentioned this just now. I just touched upon it. I have these 3 metrics which I use to understand the differences. So latency, processing time, and the freshness of the data. And to go into a bit more granular how these work. So how long does it take to get the data from your to travel to the source system? This is a bit like the watermark delay, but with the watermark delay is based on latency plus processing time, which I'll get to processing time in a minute. But what you can think of this as when the event was first generated, when that first part came in and then it lands in the, say, event house. So something happened on an IoT device and then it's in the event house. How long did it take to get from that point? So this can be for if you're using Fabric, Event Hub. This is not just to RTI. This is in any time of using real-time sort of setups. These are things that you can think about. So it's when the event is available on the ingestion point. So that's where event house is. That's what I said before. Transport, arrival. Sort of makes sense. If it doesn't, please just shout and I will explain it further. But events made, stored. Simple. Mainly what would hinder latency is network. So you'd have to see the throughput of the network, and that's why I show how fast is fast, because that will all be dependent on how much throughput you can get on bandwidth. So just to be clear. Processing time, I said it earlier on, this is where the less transformations you do, the faster it will be. So if the data is in a really bad state and unreadable, you're going to have a hard time pushing this through as fast as possible, because you're going to have to do transformations. Any transformations on there are going to cause an issue on slowing the actual event stream through. Why I say that any query which you're doing in there and so forth could take milliseconds. I don't know how critical those milliseconds are, so you need to be careful how much querying you're doing, which I'll show some different parts as well. But think of this as when your job starts processing the data, your SQL queries or your notebooks or so forth, anything like that takes time, and that's taking precious time away from getting it to the end user. So hopefully that's clear. Where the watermark delay comes in, latency plus processing time. Hopefully that makes a lot more sense. So the heavier transformations you're doing, the slower you're putting this in place. And in the watermark delay, you can see the delay. It doesn't really tell you which part it was. So if you have a query which is running really bad, to put it nicely, it doesn't say which one it is. You'd have to look at that in a different way and investigate, of trying to figure out which KQL query or something what you're doing or transformation you're doing is causing that. It would be nice if they had that in there. They don't. Okay. Then freshness. How up to date is the data from the user's perspective? So when you think about this, is how old is the data they're seeing right now? So they're thinking of the whole spectrum. They want to know, okay, when the event is actually made and when they're actually visualizing it. That's not easy to do. You need to then timestamp the data. It needs to be timestamped when it's generated. If it's not, you're already missing a part there. You can put it in when it comes into the event stream, which I do. So then I'm using a tutorial from Microsoft Learn where they're getting bicycle data. It's free data, which you get through Fabric, but it doesn't have a timestamp of generated data. So then I actually add that column in, so then we can do aggregations on there and so forth on the date and time. If you don't have that and you need it, it's good to speak to the third party or so forth. Or if you're in control, then maybe have that when the event is generated at date timestamp if you need it from source all the way to the end. If not, this is the best way to do it. So this ends when the end user sees it and so forth. So it's talking all the way from event generation all the way to when they're seeing it with their own actual ads. Hopefully that's clear. And this gives you a little calculation of how to do it as well. Okay. And this is when where it also comes into a conversation where then they can see how fresh the data is. Sometimes that's critical, sometimes not. If the dashboard is 15 minutes behind or something like that, they'll actually be able to see that, but you should be aware of that first, not them. But this is a good way to know how fresh the data is, also to build trust. If you're having if your event stream is always working well, you can always have this data freshness showing, so then they can see, okay, well, now I know how fresh the data is. They're not relying on the little thing up top saying, this was refreshed half an hour ago or 1 minute ago, something like that. They actually know the data's fresh. Okay. When they say they want real time, these are different things that you can ask. I've got a different slide after this as well, but this gives you a few different things to consider. If they're talking about when they're saying real time, these are where you can actually put the latency processing time into consideration and figure out, okay, what do I need to build? Is RTI even the right choice? And why do I say that? How quickly must the events actually reach into the event house? So when it's generated, how fast will it be there? So from Event Hub or whatever it is, or whichever device it's coming from, how fast can it get in there? What can the network bandwidth be? Can we even cater for that? If yes, okay, cool. We can actually cater for the amount of data coming in, and it's less than 10 seconds with the watermark delay. We can already achieve that. We know that. And then it comes to the, well, it should be processing time. They're a bit backwards, forwards. Then it would be the processing time. How complex is the transformations it needing for the data? So then you can actually know, okay, well, the data is really not in a good state. What you're asking of having it in the data available in 5 seconds is not achievable. It already takes 2 seconds to get the data in, or 4 seconds. Then I need to do transformations and then put it back on the dashboard. Yeah, you're already putting in a very slim thing. So maybe this is not the way. Then it's either checking how you can get the data in a readable state. How fast can that be achieved? Is that inside of RTI or outside? Is that a third party, or is it in your control where they need to clean up the data coming from the source device? If possible, not always. And then the freshness. So then what is the criticality of the data and how fast can it be there? What is the threshold that they can live with? That's more of the question, because if you ask, how fresh do you want the data? They're always going to say now. They're always going to, or the fastest you can do it. But what is the limit of how unfresh, let's say, the data can be? What can they live without? How often are they even checking this dashboard? How necessary is it? If there's a 5-minute delay, what is the cost to the business? What is the cost of the stakeholders part of this? Find out that, not the user who's asking you normally. Find out from higher levels, what this means for the company. Then if they say, nah, it's every half an hour, then maybe you're even looking at the wrong scenario. And I see this all the time. This is from experience of myself, and I have to go through this all the time when I have these different scenarios to try and find out, okay, this is what we're dealing with. When you ask these questions, please make a log. Make a log of what has been said, and also, if possible, the best way is having it signed. They approve it, it's been approved from this person, this is what we contracted that we should have, because it happens a lot. In 6 months' time, if something breaks or they say something's not fresh, you're like, but we agreed this is the metric we should have. It can be up to 10 minutes delayed or something like that. I'm throwing it randomly out there. At least then I call it my covering my butt thing, because I do this in so many different ways of either testing wise or so forth. But at least then you've got it written down. Please do that, because it will save your butt in future if things go bad or they change their mind and they think it's more critical than it was. If they didn't communicate that with you, that's their fault, not yours. That's a bit of a miscommunication problem. Okay, I hope that's clear. Okay, when we're talking about RTI, I like to show this to get into your mind about the difference between this and, say, like a data factory. There's a few components to it. So you have the event stream. You'll see that in the ingest and process part. I would point on there with my mouse. Oh, yeah, I can. Woo. Maybe you can see my mouse. Woohoo. And then you see that part there. That's the event stream. I'll show that, and that's where the data is actually moving in. You can figure that out as like your pipeline or the way the data gets in from the source. And then you can have different custom endpoints. You can have all these different connectors now. There's different ones, and that's why it says down here many, many more, because there's always changing. It's moving lightning fast. You can have query sets on there and so forth, or materialized views. You can have tables in there, and they're all driven in the event house. And then what you do also, you can either have it visualized in a dashboard, even a map, which I'll show when that's part of the tutorial. And then you can also do the activator part over here. With the activator, I've got a slide about that because of cost. It was extremely expensive last year for the capacity. That seems to have changed in the calculator. I've not yet tested it in seeing if that's true if you're watching the capacity units overview. I know Microsoft's working very hard to get everything working as optimal as possible. So it's good if you are using some of these, don't rely on the calculator because it is in preview. Also check if you're running this on a trial capacity. You can run everything for free still. I'm still using a trial capacity well, it's not from years ago, but this has been going on for years now, and you can just keep reactivating, or you just have to rebuild what you've done. So basically, if you build this tutorial and you want to keep it, save whatever code you've done, source control, and then you can rebuild it when you rebuild a trial capacity. Everything I'm going to show you, you can do for free. Woohoo! That's nice. Okay, so these are different components we're going to show and use, and also the tutorial goes through that, which is pretty nice. So pretty straightforward, in my opinion. What you have then in a data factory comparison, so your event stream is similar to a data pipeline. Your prep and ingest is like your transformations you're doing. So that's where if you're transforming the data or putting in a state which is readable, like a timestamp, for example, if you need that as well. The storage in Event House is a KQL database. You can use SQL to query it. It doesn't work in all cases, which I'll describe later, but you can do it. But KQL is the only one which you get for the storage layer, so it can be fast iterations of many rows. And here you'd visualize in a Power BI report or so forth. So two concepts I want to show, and why I show both of these. It depends on what the end user wants, to which solution maybe you choose. And if you don't know the requirements, you shouldn't even be choosing a solution. You should be figuring out those first and then finding out what to build. Don't go tool first. I see that way too many times and it doesn't make sense. Find out the requirements of what you're building first. Okay. So luckily the tutorial is about bicycles. I live in the Netherlands. They ride bikes everywhere, so I cover the Dutch love of bicycles. But this is a walkthrough of what we'll go through. It's the exact same as what the tutorial does, and so I'll show you the page as well. But you have the bicycle data is coming in where the source actual data is. You have an event stream. One thing to note is a naming convention for this, which is a pet peeve of mine, and why I have the microphone. I can lay out it to you. If you make an event stream, they put the dash stream for you. So if you call it event stream, it's going to be called event stream dash stream. It's really annoying for me, so I have to always remember when I'm building this thing not to put Kruge event stream, because it'd be dash stream. Oh, no. For me, it's annoying. Anyway. What you can then do, you don't have to use it to go into like this manage fields. This is where you're sort of already doing a transformation. You could have it going straight into the event house, straight from this stream. So you've got the bicycles, event stream, straight into here. Then that's the fastest use case you can get. You're getting the data straight in from source into the database. No transformations done. That's the fastest you can do, and depending on your capacity unit, that's depending on how much throughput you'll get, etc. as well, or how much resource it takes. Depends on the data size, all different factors. But then I'll go into depth in that when we do the demo. This is a simple overview of what the database would look like and so forth, which we'll get into, and I'll show that. We'll have a bronze table, silver table, using a bit like a medallion architecture, which I'm sure a lot of you have heard that term. You can put rules in there as well, which I'll show. It's a bit like how the activator will work and so forth, which we'll deep dive into further in there. But this shows a bit of more insight. And also with the database, the queries, KQLs ones, which you can put in there, which has changed recently. Microsoft hasn't updated the full documentation. I've raised it with them about this tutorial because one part of it is wrong, which I'll show you. That's the difference between when the map has gone from preview to GA. It's not been changed, and I'll explain why. The map. This is the map which I'll show you. You can actually have the real-time data going into it, and you can put your materialized views, tables, and so forth, and generate it in a visual format in a map also, or a dashboard, which I'll also go through. Okay, but let's pray to the demo gods, or if there's any MVPs in here, we might sacrifice you, so I make sure my demos work. I'm joking. Maybe I'm not joking. Okay, so let's actually load Fabric. What we have, if I go into, let's say, the lineage view. So I have my workspace here. It's called 2026. And this is like an overview of what I have. So you'll see there's an event house. You've got a KQL database. I've got these different parts in here, which we'll go through in the tutorial. And like a discrepancy detector. I say discrepancy. I really struggle to say anonymity. Yeah, I don't say it, so I say discrepancy. I need to change the wording on that. It'd be so much easier for my life. You have the event stream, your activator, a map, and this gives you a good layout of how to see from where the data comes from and where it goes in like a lineage view. I like to show this so then you actually get to see it in this form. What we'll do is go to this one first, which is the event stream, and we'll try and hop through it bit by bit. So for this part, this is what you saw in the image. And you see this is the bicycle data. You can see it coming in via here, all these different parts. And you've also got the tutorial dash stream, because you name it tutorial, it's called dash stream at the end. It is what it is. You have your little transformation you can do. Woo, that's flying around. Don't want that. And you can actually add parts in there. So if I actually click into it, give it to me wherever you go. Okay. It's because I'm not in edit mode. That's why. If I go to edit, what you should see is that I've added a timestamp column here. And you can add field and you can do different things on there, which they have some functions which you can do. Then you have your event house, which is also there. If I actually go out of this and go into live mode, then we can see it again. What I want to show is go into data insights. And then this is where I was on about with the watermark delay. This is where you'd see it. So this is what you need to also have as sort of a monitoring solution if you need it, which if you're using this kind of system would normally be the case, to find out how delayed the data is. And then you can say, okay, if it is over 1 minute delayed or 5 minutes delayed, maybe you should drop that data or so forth. That's different things to consider. This is just showing the last hour. You can do aggregations across like a last 24 hours and so forth and see what the max watermark delay was, 14 seconds in this case. And this is only doing bicycle data. This is only this really running on there and one data factory pipeline running every 2 minutes. There's nothing else really running on here. And this is a trial capacity, I think with a F64, I think you get this trial capacity. So something is caused that delay, and trying to figure that out, yeah, that's when you have to go through these different like capacity metrics and find out what was running at that point in time. I'm not going to do that now. This just gives you an overview. Another pet peeve of mine is that like rule activator part. This little fancy name here, which is like this weird GUID, that's chosen for you. So when you create one, it links it to the stream, it adds it straight off on there. So you see this little curvature, but it generates that for you. It'd be nice if Microsoft allow you to change that name because it just hurts my eyes when I visualize it. But that's my issue. So that's the event stream. Pretty straightforward. You can click it all together. I would save it into source control as well. So then you don't have to just click it all together. Also, there's I did this presentation where Sander van der Velde was watching me as a Dutch MVP, really into RTI stuff. We have a little, well, I don't know if it's a full difference of opinion, but you can put different schemas and sources in here, and they can run in the same stream, and you can point which tables they can go in. Where I differ in that, yes, you can do it. Would I do it? No. Why? I like to separate things. So if something fails, or if there is a delay, or if there's something like that, I know which stream it is. I know which data it is. If you have 5 different sources going in through one stream and then 5 outputs, if one part breaks or part of it breaks, you could take down the whole thing. I like redundancy. I work with mission critical systems. If one breaks, I don't want all 5 to break. So please also think about that when you're designing stuff. If you have multiple streams, maybe split them out if possible. Okay, so that's the event stream. What you also have is the database. You can see like the size of it. It's not huge, but there is quite a few million rows in there. So if Ingestion is 5.2 million rows. This has been going on, and you see the blue, which is the actual ingestion of it, and so forth, how many rows are coming in, and also then how many queries I've been doing. I did this presentation on that day in Cologne. I was speaking on stage there, hence why I was querying it then. What I'll be able to do is show you I have a bronze table in here called ECS table. I have a transform data table, and we have some materialized views. They are all in the tutorial how to create them, and I'll show you also here. So if I go into the query sets, what we have is the bronze folder. So you do this alter table statement, you get this. You can choose whichever table name you want. If you wanted to, I had like ECS table, and then it puts it in the folder of bronze. What you also have then is a silver table, which we've created. Okay, we've got 2 tables, and the difference is where this function comes in. So if we go to the top of the function, we're going to create a function called transformed data. That's the name of the function. Inside it, it's just doing a little manipulation on the bind point ID, where it's actually just removing, say, the underscore and putting the ID as an integer. Then we create a new column called bikes to be filled, and it's the number of empty docks of bicycles. We're talking about bicycles here. The bicycles use case is how many bicycles are in a station, like a bicycle rack, in parts of London. I didn't say that clearly before, but basically in the central London, you can rent bicycles, hire bicycles, you get those in all different places, and then you can put it at any different station in London. This is live information from that as well. And then so we can see which stations are running out of bikes, which ones maybe have tons of bikes and hardly being used, just for an example. So then we can say, okay, which bikes are to be filled? How many empty docks versus minus the number of bikes there? And you can figure that out. So that's our function. What you can also do to actually get that in place is a update policy. And with that, I think I have it here. Oh no, that's a materialized view. Where is my update policy? I'll find that in a second. What you have with the update policy that runs, you put it onto a table, and then it would run against it would bring the source table of the ECS table and actually adds it in to transform data. Any data which comes in, it then triggers this to be done. So it's a bit like change data capture. If new data comes into the source table, being this ECS table, it triggers my function to then put it into this transform data. And the function you will see is stored here. There is a way to show that in the update policy. I'm not going to dive into that now because I'll click around. Also, I can find it in the tutorial. I'll show you. It's a few lines of code. You're not missing much. But basically, that's how you do it. And you assign that onto this table, and you'd have an update policy on here. You have them laid down here, but I don't think it shows for whatever reason, even though it's actually there. That's how the data is actually coming in, which, yeah, is something I still need to probably tell Microsoft about. I've not yet, but maybe they already know about it. What you then have is a materialized view. Basically, that is also just constantly ingesting data and changing it when you need it. And this is just doing a summary of finding out the maximum timestamp and the number of bikes in certain locations by pipe point ID. So once we've got those, we can actually then already start visualizing stuff and so forth. You could point your dashboard straight to the table, depending if it's actually readable for your end users. Hence, if this way, I've actually made it a bit more human readable. What you're also able to do, which I said, you can run it in T-SQL. So you could technically run this against the database and you get the results as well. Then, if you wanted to convert, say you're really good at SQL, nowadays you can use a lot of AI and generate your queries. But if you're really good at T-SQL and you want to write it yourself, you could just do this explain statement and it should convert it like this into a KQL query. And then you could run that said KQL query against it and you get the same results. Where this doesn't always work, I think when I used it from the dashboard to trigger the T-SQL query set, it didn't work as well. It failed. It didn't understand where to run it from. So technically, you should, well, not technically, but I recommend using KQL against it. I also don't know the exact time it takes to convert every time. I'm sure it's not a lot, but if you're doing that a lot of iterations, that could slow things down. When you're coming from a SQL world, milliseconds can mean a lot. So please be aware of that. What used to happen for the maps, when they used to use query sets, and I'll show you the difference when we get to the map, but they've changed that now, and that's where it differs in the tutorial. So in the tutorial, it tells you to make this called show on map, and you get like this summary which you can create. But the map can't read that anymore, and I'll show you when we get to that. So let's go back into here, because now you sort of understand the differences in the background of what's running. I'll show you a dashboard which we've got. The dashboard itself, these queries are not in the tutorial, which is running underneath. They're easy to generate. You can just say, okay, give me this is the schema I'm using. This is the data which I have. Please make some scenarios of how I could read this data. And I did that very simply. If you really want them, I can give them to you after this session, no problem. It's only a few lines of code of each different KQL query. But what you're able to do is then this could be a operational dashboard for ops engineers to use, let's say. If there's an issue where there's a number of empty docks, say there's over 20 empty docks, these stations probably need to be filled somewhere in London. There's only a few amounts of bikes left. So there could be only a handful, which you will want to know. So maybe someone would move bikes towards those destinations. If there's stations which are completely full, then you know, okay, these stations, you could take some bikes from there, move them over there, for example. And if there's any stations which haven't reported in the last 15 minutes, you could show that here. Also, then you can also do these like a discrepancy. I won't try and say that word again because I know I can't. But this is where it shows 0 and 0. So there would be, okay, there's 0 bikes and 0 bikes to be filled, which makes no sense. If there's 0 bikes to be filled and 0 bikes, yeah. So then you would probably say there's a problem with a sensor. I'm just trying to make sense out of this data which is coming in and how I would use it or how possible use cases are for it. But this would be presented, and then this is given the time range of the last hour, but you can see different parts of how up to date it is, and it constantly refresh in the background as well for you. Okay. Also, what you can do is have the map. Where is that map and Lakehouse? Let's open that one up. Oh, I didn't click where I wanted it to. Let's find it. If we go here, back to map and Lakehouse. Is that a question or not? Okay. No, that doesn't sound like a question. Background. Okay, what do you get with the map? You get this part, and in the tutorial as well, they give you these JSON files. You get them, you can download them, and you host them in a lakehouse. Then you import them into the map, and then you get these like geographical places which you can have, and you can even do it like this. Why it is pretty cool that you can do this, and it's a different use case which you can do. And then because you have the longitude and the latitude of these destinations where these bike stations are, you can put them in a geographical map, which is super cool. And then you can even do different parts on there. So I've made my own materialized views, and then I can show that data on here saying, okay, there's 19 empty docks, one bike. But what is even more cool as well, if you do zoom to fit, you can make the bubbles different sizes. So then you could even say, and you can do these colors however you want and so forth, but I can then see, okay, there's only 3 empty docks here, there's 12 bikes, and you can do that on the spectrum of the data and the differences in the data sizes. So if there's a lot more bikes to be filled in certain destinations, so 25 empty docks is a bigger bubble. You can do all these different cool things with it. And that's always being updated in the background. I think you can change it between going from seconds to 5 minutes to 15 minutes. So you can, please, if you choose something to be only viewed or refreshed every 5 minutes, also consider why you're having an event stream pushing it all the way in all the time. That doesn't really there's different ways to do it. Or if you're updating it every 30 minutes, why are you pumping all this data in constantly? Think about what you're doing in that part. But it's all pretty cool. Okay, and one more part I will also show, because I think I have 10 minutes left. So I'm making sure I like to talk. I can talk about this all day. So I want to make sure I don't lose it too much about what I'm going over. This is the activator part. And this is where it's also called a rule or tutorial rule, where this could be useful. In this case, if you have data coming in and there could be, say, less than 5 bikes available in a bike station. And this is a very high, busy area where people are using these bikes all the time. You could lose revenue. Every bike which is being rented could cost money. And if you're getting the bikes to be there to be taken, you're losing revenue. So maybe you want to be activated, and you can do these activations. You can see it running now is checking the data which is coming in. This is running live. So then I can actually activate towards like an email or Teams, so forth, to a channel. You can even set it up to your own dedicated one. If I turn that on now, my Teams would start pinging like mental. But you could say, okay, and a different use case, even if it's not bicycles, say if you are a refrigeration company which holds warehouses full of food, if the temperature in that warehouse goes higher than 5 degrees, that could start ruining all that produce in that warehouse. And you need to be aware of that. That's another one. So you're constantly doing a streaming of the temperature, because any increase like that could be detrimental to everyone's produce in there. And then you could use something like this to activate on those insights, let's say. It's a pretty cool feature, but be careful of the cost of how much it could be. So after all that, you have that kind of setup. What you could also have, if you don't need it flying in all that time, you can set up it as a pipeline, and this is where I just say this could be running every 2 to 5 minutes or so forth. I don't know if it's been working. Lots of failures, but anyway, one succession. Hey, but this would be it's just a pipeline. Why that fails is a schema difference. I've looked at it. It's just a demo. Don't worry. But it was very easy to set up. You'd have a source which you can go towards an API, grab it or so forth, or you'll be getting the data from the API of the bicycle parts. You could then put them in a destination for the warehouse table and then read them into a report, which is maybe read every 5 minutes, up to date every 10 minutes. Or with the semantic models now, they refresh in the background as well. And you could trigger a semantic model refresh of having an extra step when these complete, refresh the model and stuff like that. So also a very good use case to keep data really fresh, but you're not constantly having this stream come in. You're just running it every 2 minutes. So then this capacity unit has time to breathe. Okay, I think that shows a lot which I wanted to show in here. So then let me get back to my slides so I can show you a bit more information, because time is ticking. And then I lose you guys. Give me 1 second. Where did you go? My team's called there. All right. Okay, so this is the demo which I went through. This is the Microsoft Learn page, which you can grab this from. I'm sure I can give that link in the chat or something like that after, so you can actually get it. I have it open in the window behind, which actually, let me show that, because it's here. This is a tutorial, the exact one I used, and it tells you how to go through so you can get the data in the real time and so forth. And you can just click through and it will do it step by step of how to create every single part. Where this is a little bit wrong is when you're using the map, it wants you to do it against a query set. They've changed that, and you have to choose it towards a table, a view, or a materialized view, which is actually better, because if you click away the query set, I'll show you. Let's go back there fast. Where is it? Was it over here? If I just deleted this by saying close tab, it broke the map. Pretty poop. So I'm glad they've actually put it so it's actually in like a database form, not just sitting around as an empty, like an open tab here. So a bit better, but they need to update the documentation. So just to be clear. Okay, let's get this back. And then what we did I showed you then also the data factory part as well. So then you can actually go through the tutorial. That part's not in there, but that's easy to set up and so forth. It's just going through. Okay, when I'm on about the activator stuff, I did this talk also in November last year. And when I put the details into the pricing calculator, which is from this part here, the capacity estimator of figuring out what you may need, it came back saying it was 84% of usage would be from activator, meaning I needed an F64. The price in euros, sorry, I don't know all the conversions of it, but it's a lot, basics. Compared to if I took away the activator, I could run this for 900 euros a month. With the activator was 7,000. There's a big difference. I think those numbers speak for themselves. You don't need to know all the currency differences to know that. If I wasn't running the event stream and just running the data factory, you can see a big difference in cost towards what size I need for my capacity unit. Please take all these considerations in and run a trial capacity for free, because you can, and then you can see the usage as well. So you can actually do like the capacity metrics overview and see how much is being used. Is it overutilized, or do you have breathing space, and so forth. Now, what happened is recently, I did the same calculations because I'm doing this talk for you beautiful people, and I did it in just a few days ago again on a different conference. It's changed. The exact same input, but now it comes up as an F4. Now, what you need to check is, like I said, test it. Test it. Don't go for what the calculator is saying. I'm sure Microsoft is doing a lot to make it optimized and make the activator less strenuous towards a capacity unit. But please do not take the word for it of the calculator or estimator. Please check it by testing it. Also, one part which is also coming out, which is the operations agent. I think this was in Ignite or Build. This came out last year, so probably doesn't matter. But what you have is an operations agent which can actually do a bit of it for you. It's a bit like the tutorial rule or the activator. It's basically doing a bit like that. So it'll read the data which is coming in, and it can say, okay, bikes can be moved from a station to a different station. So it's trying to, instead of you having to read the operations dashboard, it's trying to take that away. You could also do this as a rule in the activator. I don't know which one would be less cost effective or more cost effective in that sense, but just to be aware that you could do a rule of saying, okay, bikes are here. Maybe you could do a recommendation to here. The operations agent's doing the exact same thing. So it can give you an output. This is also in Microsoft documentation, which is nice. So they give you an example of how you can set this up as well. And then you sort of get this output. Okay, your business aim is to do this. This is the sort of context which you need to actually make these decisions, and you'd actually enter that in also. What is also what I always find a bit funny, and I've raised this to Microsoft, is in the exact same document, they talk about the bicycles, so they follow the tutorial, all seems to make sense, it all seems to go in a flow, then bam. At the end of it, they show you this output, which would be in Teams. There's a baggage delay, nothing to do with bicycles. I find it hilarious because it's just like way out of context of what we was actually just building. I've asked them to change it. We'll see if they do, because it makes no sense and it just looks weird. But this is an example output of what you would have. Just ignore the baggage delay, whatever, and talk about bicycles. You would be moving bicycle A to bicycle B station. So, last bit, I've got 2 minutes left, I think, on the clock, and it's going really well. So, choosing the right real time for you and your business. Hopefully, you heard enough about me ranting on about how you need to make this decision and go through it, asking the questions to the end user to seeing if they actually need it in this manner and how you can cater for that. What is your real enough? Could you choose a different solution rather than this? This is not a solution for all, so please be aware of that. The questions, these are ones where you can actually make the differentiate the difference between the solution. How quickly do you need to see the changes after the event happened? How fresh does the data need to be that they're actually visualizing? How often are they viewing the report and so forth? What decision is made on this data? What happens if it's late? So what happens if there is a 5-minute watermark delay? Is that okay? Can they live with 2 hours without that data? Okay, then the question becomes why we're giving this data so fast. Why are we building a system which is always just generating rows always in sort of thing? Who uses the data and how often do they look at it? It's similar to the first one, to try and find out, and these tick their brain, so you can actually try and make a calculation of, okay, what criticality is this, and is it real-time data that they actually need of what they say? What is the value? Can they afford to pay for a complex system? If you really need sub-second queries and so forth, and you're building outside of RTI, is that actually making sense? Do you need a larger capacity to run these because it's an event house and event driven, rather than having incremental loads which could run every hour? That's a lot less costly in that factor. So something to also consider. And what is the acceptable delay? Then you can try and figure out, okay, this is running for, if it could be 10 minutes, okay, could this run every 5 minutes or so forth, and try and figure it out then. Okay, that is the end of my part for the presentation. I see my timer just clicked as well. I hope you enjoyed it. Follow me or connect with me on LinkedIn. I'm heavily active on there. If you have any questions, always feel free to reach out. There's a challenge which is going on today, so you need to use the QR code if you want to participate. My QR code is here for my LinkedIn. I hope you had a good time. Thank you very much to hearing me talk about RTI.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Danny. Are you okay to take questions now?
Yeah, I would love to.
Okay, so Jayasurya is asking, is the calculator or estimator available for free?
Yes, it is. If you look, let's actually do that live. There was a URL in my slides, but if you do the Fabric pricing calculator, you should be able to find it here. So like Fabric pricing, it's just this. This is the tool you use. They do have claimers that it is in preview as here. So that's why I say be careful with the estimations it gives. Use the trial capacity and figure out if it's actually true, what is actually being said. Let me put that link in the chat. This one and the other one. Good question.
Yes, thank you. People, any other questions you can ask? This is the time.
Sure. Let's copy that.
And I have shared the URL to Danny's LinkedIn profile. You can connect with him and ask questions.
Thank you. One last thing, if you really want to play around with RTI as well, you don't have to use bicycles. You can connect it up. Microsoft put this free online as well, where they had, maybe you saw it at FabCon or so forth in the past, they had a racing simulator. And on their GitHub, I'll put it there, you could basically link this up. They show you how, so you can have it going from your like Xbox or something like that, and you can actually get the event data coming flying in. Let me put that one in there, because that's also a cool use case if you don't want to just deal with bicycles or so forth, and you want to build an end-to-end system. But yes, if you want to connect with me, please do so via the QR code. That would be nice. Make it bigger. Ooh.
I think there aren't any questions. Thank you, Danny. It has been a wonderful session.
Thank you very much for having me. And I hope you guys learned a lot. If there's any questions that pop up, don't hesitate to reach out. I'd love to answer them. Thank you very much, all.
Thanks, Danny. Thanks for your time. And with this also, we are taking a break in the room 2 for 1 hour, and we are going to end the YouTube live stream. The YouTube will start on another link, but this meeting will continue. We'll just stop the recording and we will join back after an hour. The meeting will continue. Those who are there, they can join back without any challenge. The same link will continue tomorrow also. Thank you, Danny. Thanks a lot for your time, and I really appreciate. I think real-time analytics is something which is really challenging, but I think you have explained it pretty good, and I think you will have a lot of questions. I think this is something which a lot of people are experimenting, and I think once some of them may watch recordings of this, and then we'll have more questions. So we hope to see more questions for you.
Perfect. Thank you very much, all.
Thank you all. We can take a break. I'll just stop recording, and for YouTube guys, you have to join. New link we'll be sharing on social media.